Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be doing a Ratchet and Clank showcase. We're going to be showcasing some of the longer categories in the Ratchet and Clank series. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. GDQX will be live for TwitchCon I almost said August, but that is not correct. October 20th to 22nd. If you're interested in running live at our event, use !GDQX in Twitch chat, or you can go to gdqx.gamesdonequick.com to submit before tomorrow, which is August 28th, the deadline. Anyone accepted as a runner or backup will receive a TwitchCon badge and the opportunity to showcase their run on the GDQ stage. Also, Games Done Quick will be at PAX West 2023, which is September 1st through 4th. If you're interested in watching live runs, or if you're interested at trying your hand at the Speedrun Gauntlet, be sure to head over to the Speedrun stage at PAX West to find out more. With all that said, I will hand it over and let everybody introduce themselves.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Jura. I've been running the Ratchet games for a little bit now, and very thankful for GDQ for reaching out, letting me run this series. We're going to be doing the All Special Bolts Trifecta, which is a back-to-back-to-back of Ratchets 1, 2, and 3 for the original PlayStation 2. We're going to be playing the PS3 ports for a couple of them. Goal for this one is going to be collecting all of the special collectible bolts. So all the gold bolts in Ratchet 1, all the platinum bolts in Ratchet 2, and titanium in 3. And right now I've got Mr. Marathon Man helping me out on commentary. Would you like to introduce yourself, friend?
Hey everyone, it's Marathon Man. I've been running the Ratchet games for about 4 years now, mostly the first two, and I'm very excited to be here.
All right, so are we just about ready to get this party started?
Yeah, we're ready whenever you are, if you want to just give us a quick countdown.
Fantastic. All right, I'm going to give you a little countdown from 5, and then we're going to start time. Get right into it. All right, and we're going to start off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, and Mr. Man, I'm going to let you do the majority of the commentating since I'm going to be focusing since Rack 1.
Since Rack 1 is very appropriate.
Yeah.
It might not look like it to start because all we have are these side flips, but this game gets really hard. This category in particular gets really hard, especially in its second half. But, you know, maybe it wouldn't be as fun if it wasn't so hard. So the big thing we're going to look for here on Belden is bolt count. So ideally, we're going to leave with somewhere around 400, 450 if we're lucky. And it looks like these bolts are good. Okay, already over 400. That's very good. Bolts are super important in the any percent categories of Ratchet 1. There's a very nice trick that's going to make it a lot easier for us in a little bit, which we'll talk about when we get there. But bolt count is super important. And as the game has progressed and the run has become more and more optimized, bolt routing has... The less out of the way we have to go for bolts, the better. By the way, this is the end of the planet.
Oh, nah.
Y'all got the sneak preview of it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, anyway, so this is the end of the planet. You know, obligatory.
Gotta do the J-Hobbs. You gotta do it at least once, man.
And we're on GDQ, so we have to. He's at the end of the planet. Okay, there you go. That was for the fans. The Ratchet games were all kind of designed, the maps were all designed in these big circles, so that way when you got through and progressed through the level, you didn't have to do this crazy backtrack to get back. So yeah, it's literally right next to the ship, and then we just go to the end, and we're right back at the ship.
Bombs.
Let's go.
I will not leave the ship.
Bombs are also very important, but it's not too bad. There's a few spots where it can be a bit weird if you run low on bombs, but it's not the biggest thing to worry about. I should point out that this is a game known for crazy weapons and gadgets, but like I said, we don't have a lot of money, so we're pretty much only going to have the bomb glove until the very end. Special surprise on that one. But big thing to note here is we're going to kill this helicopter, and it should give us the rest of the bolts that we need in order to... Oh, that's really good bolts. Let's go. To buy the helipack, which is our first upgrade for Clank. Very important. It is the bread and butter of the speedrun. We're going to be using it on every planet. It's going to give us the majority of our movement options. So here's Al. Bye, Al.
Peace out, dude. Dude, shout out Al.
Shout out Al. Al was always there for us. So what he just did there is called a mid-air long jump. Basically, there's a weird property with the helipack where you can do a long jump, which is this move you see here, and then cancel it with a side flip, and it'll give you a bit of extra thrust. However, you can cancel the canceled side flip back into a long jump, and so you get the initial throw of the first long jump, the thrust of the side flip, and then the distance of the second long jump. And it's a really effective way to get both height and speed consistently.
And here we're picking up our first gold bolt of the run.
That's 1 of 40.
We've got 119 left.
So coming up here is a sequence break. So we're gonna land on the train car from above, and we're gonna try and get this guy to hit us while the cutscene is playing. And by doing so, it's gonna break our position lock. And so we're actually not supposed to be able to move during this, but the game is aware, like, okay, buddy, you need to go. Wherever you are is not safe. So we're just gonna skip straight to the end, and then the game's gonna realize that we're already on the last car and immediately start the next cutscene. Alright, so we have our second gold bolt down here. And an important thing to note is after he collects this bolt, Jira's gonna reload, and that is very important for the trick that I was alluding to earlier. Oh, please do not quit. Oh no.
I did nope. We're fine.
We're big fans of quit exploit, but not in this game.
No.
Anyways, so I alluded to this earlier. So we're gonna reload here, and it's a pretty specific sequence of events. First of all, there's this chain here, which hopefully we can get. Looks good. Let's go. That's a pretty tight chain there. But you saw he killed a dog there, and that's really important. If you kill a dog and don't collect any of its bolts, we're gonna head over out of bounds here to a hidden area, which is actually, it's convenient because not only can we do the trick here, but there's also a third gold bolt here, so we have to just go here anyways. Convenient, I suppose. But killing the dog, not collecting its bolts, we're gonna break these crates here in a certain way, and the bolt count is just gonna skyrocket, and these look like really good bolts. We're hoping to get somewhere around 4,000, and it looks like we are way over that. Let's go. That's called the jackpot glitch, but it was colloquially dubbed Jankpot. Shout out Janky. One of the most important runners in the history of this game.
Oh, we're gonna miss the god cycle, unfortunately, but that's no problem. We just wait for him to come back.
Yeah, this obstacle course here is to get another pretty important gadget, which we're not going to see right away, but it'll be very useful on some later planets. Alright, on Eudora. Another instance of the ending is at the beginning, and it's actually especially funny, and I always joke about this. Eudora it's a pretty big map. There's lots of winding pathways, but everything you need is literally right here at the start. So basically in every category across the board, Eudora always ends up hovering around the 1 minute mark. So, oh, and there's a cool little backflip out of the cutscene there. So you see we got the coordinates to the next planet, and the gold bolt, and that's it. It's all right here. We haven't even left the ship. It's right there. Even in all check marks, the 100% category for this game, everything is still right in the front. It's funny. It's a bit farther down, but there's another weapon on that planet a bit farther down. But still not very far from the ship. All right, it's time for Blarg.
One midair the trick. Place your bets, ladies and
All
gents.
right, so Blarg is a pretty notorious planet early on. It's this first bolt in particular is pretty dicey. We have to go in very abstract ways to get out of bounds. And we're going to try and land on the very edge of the ship here, and hopefully this should make it with the Hyper Strike. Let's go. Ooh, and the GLJs for the fans.
We went a little off into the distance, but that is fine.
That's okay. That was just to keep everyone on their toes.
Now, you can go off to the right and glide down to the Clank section, but the reason we like to land on the ship is because it skips a checkpoint, and we just land right back at the beginning. Otherwise, you got to reload the level. So it's a little 15-second time save just for getting that ship. And now we carry on.
All right, so
If I can get a midair.
The other reason why Blarg is so infamous is because Blarg has all of these winding tunnels, as you see, and getting good movement is really hard because you're almost always going to be curving into walls. And it's just, it can be hard to keep chains super fluid.
And we missed that little trick right there, but luckily we've got a backup. We just got to latch onto the swing shot node.
All right, now
we get to play Crash Percent.
even though Jura and I are big fans of Crash Percent, the category, we would very much like to not crash during this run, you know.
We missed the node there, but honestly, it's fine because it just means I'm not going to crash my PS3.
You can very easily crash the game there if you break those two too close together. The game's trying to load two cutscenes at once.
Yeah, this game is pretty infamous. Well, this game and Ratchet 2, they have a couple of particular places where you can just crash the game without notice, and most of them are avoidable if you know what you're doing. But if you're in the middle of a run and it's going really well, the nerves are up, and you're just going off of muscle memory, it can be easy to screw up and just lose focus and just crash the game. One of the saddest things that can happen to a good run.
Yeah. Here's a cool shot here.
No crashment here. We're just going to clip right out with a little backflip. And we get to skip the entirety of the warship.
Yeah, this is the warship. This is a whole other pathway on this planet. And again, Blarg is a pretty big map. There's like, I think 3 different paths you can go down. And so it's kind of cool that in AGB you get to go to all 3, but all in, you know, you only go the one the traditional way. The other 2 you get to by just very abstract means. All right, it's time.
Oof. Now we prage for the Cineflips.
All right, so one of the more interesting things, especially for those of you who have not seen Ratchet 1 as a speedrun before, so these are called Cineflips. And I mentioned earlier that you can cancel long jumps into side flips. Well, there's this very goofy trick over certain surfaces where you can cancel them infinitely. And so... Oh, beautiful. So those are literally side flips, left, right, being canceled over and over and over and over and over. And they're very tight. If you mess up any one, the entire combo gets dropped. And you need a lot of height to scale all the way up here, so that was very good that we got that. Oh!
Oh yeah, Mr. Man, I don't know if you've seen that before. So what you just witnessed is a brand new piece of tech for Ratchets 1 and 2 that has been found in the last week. In our community, in our Discord server, we have a bunch of people who are just absolute big brains. They are always looking for new strats and new pieces of movement tech. Do not fall off of this. Yeah, I'm just going to go over here. But just recently, we discovered what's called camera proxies. So if you go against a certain wall that allows it, and you set it up correctly, you can throw a bomb, and the camera just wigs out, and you just get absolutely crazy height in some places. And for some places, you don't get a lot of height, but it gives you just enough to skip a little segment. So we skipped the van that we used to have to go on top of and then do a midair to get over to the other side. We're not doing all that, so we're just going to go up to the wall, do a little proxy, and just be on our way. And you're going to see a lot of that in Ratchet 2.
Oh yeah.
You're going to see a few of them in this game. and they are very fun. All right, and last thing we're gonna do, go on the racetrack where we really shouldn't. Skip the entire underwater section, just grab the bolt and dip.
This is one of my favorite bolts because it's just like, you just take this crazy out of bounds scenic route through like 4 different areas and then jump through a floor and end up in a cave with a gold bolt. It's like, okay. Ratchet 1, everyone.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so the next
you go
planet,
ahead.
The next planet, we already touched upon cineflips. So cineflips are kind of in this overall umbrella category of movement in this game, alongside infinite long jumps, which, as I touched upon earlier, they are long jumps canceled into side flips, again, over certain surfaces, canceled indefinitely. So this entire planet is going to be all about just crazy infinite long jump chains, trying to cover huge distances. And this entire planet is covered with this brown mud, as you see, and that's the key element here. Now, the other key element to this planet is we're going to drop into the mud and pull ourselves out at the last second as we're drowning with the swing shot. And now none of the walls have collision. It's
We can just go wherever we want.
So, and it's oddly convenient because the floor still has collision. So all of that is still the same. So you'll notice he is kind of jumping into each wall. It also removes the speed cap, which is beneficial because with the infinite long jumps, the ILJs, you can hit the speed cap pretty fast. So
right, and we're looking decent on bolts.
You're looking very good.
Do not get shark tanked.
Here's
and
a
we're
boss.
good.
And
we don't really feel like fighting the Snaggle Beast. We just
He's
don't really
scary.
want to talk to him right now. So we're just gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna grab the infobot and leave. See you later, buddy. And he can just chill there in his little cave. We don't have to kill him. We don't have to hurt him. We'll just leave him be for now. Now on to another one of the infamous planets for this run.
Yeah, Battaglia is deceptively one of the most difficult planets in the run, in my opinion. There's nothing that is particularly difficult or flashy or anything. It's just
it's not
the likelihood
difficult,
of
but
getting
it's easy
everything.
Sorry, you go ahead.
The likelihood of getting everything to go well and getting good bolts, it can be a bit much. And bolts are super important. We need 2,000 by the end of this planet. So we have about half of that now. So hopefully gonna get the other half as we go on.
Yeah. This is one of those planets where it's not particularly difficult, but it is easy to screw up if you're not careful and being really diligent. Now, I'm really good on bolts, but I'm still gonna grab these just in case.
Just in case.
You never know. Hey, we can't be broke out here. We gotta get some extra monies for the road, just to be safe.
Just get a couple snacks on the way home.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we don't have to go for a swim. Beautiful. Grab all these bolts.
Oh, we're really good on bolts.
Oh, we're swimming in it today. We're eating good tonight, boys.
Man. Oh, here's one of everyone's favorite NPCs. He yells, "Add attention," and that's pretty much all we hear from him. So everyone likes to spam that one.
Going for a swim here.
That's okay.
Ratchet just needed a little dip. He needed a little bit of water in his life.
It's hot out.
I don't know. Battaglia does look like one of those hot, humid planets. I don't know, man. This is Florida simulator right here, I swear. All right, so another new implementation of the camera proxies. I have no idea if this is placebo effect, but I swear killing the enemies makes this easier. So normally you would glide and SI and high jump up a lot of this mountain, which is very touchy. But if we can get this set up just right, We skip most of the SIs, and we just go right to the top of the mountain.
Wait, that was so much height. What?
Yep, you skip 4 SIs doing that. And if you get it first try, it is definite time save. It's a very wonderful trick, so big shout outs to Kang for finding these. I've been having so much fun practicing these.
Shout out Kang for real. Kang is a genius.
Dude, shout out all of the strat hunters. Y'all are just way too big brain. I don't understand how you all do it. But you guys are the ones that make running these fun, finding all these new strategies we get to try out. And we're still theory crafting to this day.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in the Ratchet Discord just trying to cook up new strats, find little bits of time save on every planet that we can. Oop. I say no. You're not falling off this rail.
It's okay, nothing bad ever happens.
Not today. No, we would never. We would never fall off the rail.
We would never. I should probably mention about the rail. So, real quick, we were on the space station planet a little while ago, and yeah, I know it's not a planet. Anyways, you're supposed to buy like a pair of boots, but like, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. That's expensive. I don't got money. And you're supposed to go down that rail, and yeah, no, I don't really feel like it. This is a lot faster. All right, Orc Someone. It's I think Ratchet had it too good for too long. It's about time a real one stepped onto the camera. So this is the only planet that we're going to be playing exclusively as Clank. And well, normally this is like 7 minutes of puzzles and gadgebots and yeah, we're just gonna jump at this tree instead. It's got a pretty precise setup that involves looking at like part of Clank's back and its relation to the tree, and then pushing the camera up against the box and all this, but it's not too bad. This was actually like the run killer of this category for a long time until, speaking of geniuses and strat hunters that are also geniuses, shout out Sippy. Sippy dropped that strat a couple years ago with maybe the greatest tutorial ever made. And I definitely think it's one of several things, but I think one of the bigger things that just made this category and Ratchet 1 in general just way more approachable. Alright, Gaspard, like we said, ending's at the beginning, so we're just gonna go up this mountain.
And real quick, we're just gonna get our money up.
Yeah, again, convenient. There's the pilot's helmet there, which we need for the next planet, and then also just a lot of bolts. Hey, thanks.
You can never be too racked up in rack 1. You can definitely bonk on the ship, though. All right, and here's another example of the camera proxy. Oh, goofed it. Not getting that wrench swing. There we are.
It's okay, the fans love this one. Me, I'm the fans. I haven't seen this. I've seen this one.
Do a couple little lava bounces. Get the bolt. And then we leave.
It's funny too because that strat is so cool, and this bolt is also pretty infamous. We always joke in AGB that like a lot of the hardest parts of AGB are just 2 midders, 3 midders.
It's true.
You know, the trick we do on like every planet, and like the people that have ran this game for a long time, like they've practiced midders for hours on end, and then the hardest part of the run is still like 2 midders, 3 midders. But that cut an otherwise pretty infamous 2 midair chain out.
And we get some massive height in the process, so double win. All right. Oh, that was interesting. Haven't seen that one in a really long time.
All right, we got to talk about everyone's favorite character, I know the game is called Ratchet and Clank, so you think it's like, okay, I like Ratchet the best. No, I like Clank the best. Nah. Shelve both those guys. It's all about. You guys ready for this one? The guy.
Hey, you.
Hey.
Can we get a
My
hey
man.
for the fans? The fans love when the guy says hey.
Dude, how can you not love the guy? He is just chilling on his beach planet, doing his own thing. He is dripped out. Look at this man. My man's decked out in the Hawaiian shirt, the Rolex, the beautiful gold chain. It is such a vibe.
He's got it all.
Just check this out.
You want to know what he can't do? You want to know what he can't do? Get to the garage by himself.
Nah.
So yeah, this whole plan is an escort mission.
And while we're here, we're going to get a few extra bolts from the fish.
Oh yeah, if you similar to the trick I mentioned on Kerwan a while back, where you had to break the crates in a certain way. If you kill these fish in a certain way, you can get extra bolts off them. It's pretty convenient and honestly kind of makes up for us having to escort the guy.
Gonna kill all these guys over here, and then we're gonna take a little detour. So normally for this gold bolt, you would have to swim underwater, find a secret cave. But we just decided we're not gonna do that. Instead, we're gonna fail an SI up a very simple mountain. Multiple times at that.
No, it's okay. No one's ever made a mistake in Ratchet 1.
We would never. Oh my lord. Can you go up the mountain, sir? Ratchet's just feeling a little goofy today, I guess.
It's
There
a
we
little
are.
silly.
So we go over here,
It's
clip right into the secret
it's
area.
Sunday.
Yeah, see, it's not Friday. That's why Ratchet just doesn't want to go up the mountain. It's not AGB Friday. This little dude decided he wanted to have at me.
I know I've pointed it out like 5 times now, but you are so overbolted.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, I don't even really need to worry about bolts at this point. Now I need to worry about not dying.
I can't stress enough, bolts are really important. And so having extra is, it's a dream come true.
And typically what I look for is to have about 4,000 bolts by the time I meet up with Bob to go get the thruster packs. So, and seeing as we're at 3,200 right now, we are in very good shape. We're probably going to hit 4K before we even get off this boat. You'll love to see it. Now, if a couple more fish could just hop up here.
So like I said, if you kill these fish in a certain way, you can get extra bolts. It involves wrenching a group, usually 2 or 3, and then bombing the group.
It looks like I'm only going to get to wrench the one, but we still got some good bolts.
Yeah, can't complain. It's also worth noting that this planet does have really bad checkpoints. So
if I were to die right here, I got to do half the planet all over again.
Like I said, nothing bad ever happens in Rack 1, but
nah.
Just in case, we are going back to the second island, if so.
We just got to watch where we're stepping, not lose too much health. We got 2 hits right now, so not too worried about it. Just got to make sure not to let the fish get too close. Like that. They're really having at me today. Ooh. Now let's see if I can get the swag.
We're here.
Not today. Sometimes if you get a good enough side flip, you can just clip right through that door. Save a couple seconds.
Yeah, you can buy the thruster pack early. This fight is also very notorious. It's a mess. And there's some easier ways to do it, but those are slow, and we don't really like that. So,
ooh, last second. Okay.
Yeah, we're hoping for missile drops here. It looks like we got a very clutch one in at the end of that last section.
Oh.
All right.
Here he is. All right, there we go.
Not too bad. Okay, so like I said, second half of the run is where things get real. Well, I would say thus ends the first half of the run. So now we get to all the abstract planets. So we're going back to Orxon, and because we just got the O2 mask, going to O2, and yeah, everything's about to get really abstract. So now that we have the thruster pack, we're gonna do something called tiptoes to basically hover into each of these slopes here. And I think you have like 2 frames where as you barely... Oh, nice trophy. As you barely collide with the surface, you have 2 frames to where if you mash X, like life depends on it, you can get a double jump off of it. And that's going to be used all throughout this planet.
Oh. There we go.
And
we
as you
missed the
can
long
see,
jump SI, but we got the backup.
it does work on the goop as well, which is important. So our whole goal here, besides getting the gold bolts, obviously, is we have to escort this infobot to 7 locations. And I don't know, he's just shy, I guess.
Is he
So, yeah,
coming?
we're just...
Oh, he's coming. Okay. Scared me for a second.
It was a big thing in the Ratchet community, trying to find maybe ways to speed up the process of getting the infobot to move, and theories about like getting it as Clank and trying to do this whole planet in one visit. And who knows? Maybe in the year of our Lord 2088, we'll find the answer finally, but it's still a big mystery. All right, so once again, 3 mid-air's the trick. Oh, we got some Cyclops going in here. Ooh, hold on. Let him cook. Okay. Okay, let him cook. All right, speaking of infamous, speaking of a big mystery, if there is any one particular infamous planet in Ratchet 1, it has to be Hoven. Hoven is so notorious that the Rixer made a 30-minute video explaining how bad it is.
Shout out my boy Ricky.
Yeah, shout out Ricky, another just one of the most important runners of this game.
But yeah, Hoven has a very long history of just being really annoying. And I got a little too greedy there, so we're just going to avoid the snowy boys for a second. And we're fine. Okay.
Alright.
Alright, and I didn't end up needing the thruster pack, so I'm just going to switch back real quick. Let these guys kill me, get back to the level.
So, normally you have to do this crazy ascent upwards and then get in the turret and fight the warship up there. But, for some reason you can, if you're directly underneath the turret, the game just up-warps you. Like, it'll check all the rest of your coordinates and be like, well, obviously you're not just suspended in midair underneath the turret. Ain't no way. So, yeah, here we are. Now, that's already a bit of a dice roll because sometimes the trigger acts up and people are actually convinced that the trigger moves. I don't know.
It is. I swear.
I don't know if science ever proved that one, but then there's this fight which can be just really annoying, and sometimes you get swarmed with helicopters here, and sometimes it doesn't break. That was a pretty good fight, I will say. Excellent job, Jura.
And good thing I go. Oh, looking at the wrong plant. There we go.
Then there's this ILJ to get into. This is normally like a water puzzle. You have to like raise and lower a bunch of water levels, but yeah, I don't feel like it. Here's a bolt, by the way.
Yeah, we don't have time for the hydro displacer. We don't need it.
And then we're just gonna clip out of bounds here, and this will put us right back at the ship. All right.
We got Blue Glitch for a split second. Love it.
Shout out Blue Glitch. All right. Gemlik has maybe my favorite bolt in the entire run. It only has one, and it makes its one count. Gemlik is normally this like labyrinth of different pathways, and you're going in and out of buildings, and it's kind of funny because we just go out of bounds and kind of cut straight to the end. Like, it's just this labyrinth of hallways and whatnot, and you just take a pretty straight line to the end. And you see the fighter jet in there, and here's everyone else's favorite character, Quark.
Hello,
This is supposed to be like
Ratchet.
the big climactic boss fight, but yeah, you can just go to the other side, and the game's like, well, I guess the fight's over.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh, got some bad speed on that one. I'm going to let myself die, because that'll put me back kind of where I need to be to set up the second attempt. There we go. Just got some bad speed on that midair. It happens.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and do some movement here, get a tiptoe off of this side, go out of bounds, and this is one of those hallways I mentioned. It's like in the middle of it, and the bolt is in that room to our right. So yeah, just super abstract. You know, we're skipping boss fights, we're doing crazy out of bounds, we're ending up like on other parts of the map. And that bolt in particular normally has like, you have to like use a weapon called the Visibomb, which is this like guided missile, and break a tower, lower a barrier, and then like go find it like in a room like way later. And we
That's my favorite. That's my favorite part about this game. Most of the bolts kind of just chalk up to, yeah, I don't really feel like doing all that. I'm gonna just go straight to the bolt and leave.
It really is a good like snapshot of why the movement in this game is so wild, because you really can just grab, you know, I mean, casually, I don't know how long it would take you to grab all these bolts if you did every one the intended way, but world record is 48 minutes, and shout out Alamusa has a tool assisted speedrun of this category that is 34 minutes. If you haven't seen it,
You gotta watch that.
go watch it. It is like watching a living, breathing miracle. I'm not gonna lie, it's so cool.
It is one of those Tazes that you're gonna look at it, and the entire time you're just gonna be saying to yourself, "What the heck am I looking at?" Because I have no idea what it is I just saw, but dang, it looked cool. And that just goes for a lot of the tricks in this game, I feel. This game is pretty generally regarded as being the original game that aged the worst because of the camera, which we can agree with, because of the movement, there's no strafe, it's not as fluid movement, but you get a runner that really knows his stuff and he's got the movement down pat, and you wouldn't even know that this game controls so different from all the rest. And Altanis is one of these planets that can get you a little nervous. Once again, it's not difficult, but if you're not really watching what you're doing, you can die pretty easily. And if I were to die here, I gotta go back to the very beginning of the Magnaboot rail.
This is another planet with just really bad checkpoints. So yeah. Even though we're at the end of this path, if we die or an accident happens, which, you know, accidents do happen. I mean, nothing bad ever happens in this game, but, you know, in event of an accident, we are going back to the beginning.
Yeah, and once we get the PDA, we can chill out a lot, because that's when all of the movement is unlocked in this game.
Yeah.
Shout out the PDA, man.
The PDA is so funny because it's literally supposed to be this, oh yeah, you can just buy ammo whenever you want. And like, that's it. You know, very simple, very like, oh, that's cool for novelty. But the PDA is so busted. It's hilarious. So as you can see, We can open and close the shop and infinite jump out of it. You're gonna see in a second here, we can use it to chain side flips together very quickly and gain lots of height. So again, endings at the beginning, they just put it up real high and locked it off, and they're like, no one's gonna get in here. So the rest of this planet is just grabbing the last few gold bolts. There's more on Altanis than there are on any other planet besides one more, which we'll get to. But they're all pretty spread out. And so, again, these last two, if an accident were to happen, for whatever reason, we are going back to the start. But thankfully this time we do have the PDA, so we can save usually if an accident were to happen.
Yeah, usually you can just pull out the PDA, do a couple side flips, get back wherever you were going, and go about your day. As long as you got the reflexes, you don't have too much to worry about. Oh, now give me the swing shot, please, and thank you. All right, we didn't get hit by the laser guys.
As we said, nothing bad ever happens in this game.
Nah, this game is nice to people. It would never.
It would never.
No, there's definitely been a good few runs where I just get absolutely nay-nayed by one of the laser dudes. Fall down into the mud, start right back here. You got to do it all over again, buddy.
It's hard as well because the death plane is not that... Like, it's pretty high up. So normally if you get knocked down, you have to have really good reaction time to save it. Anyways, we have the PDA now, so we're going to backtrack to an earlier planet. And this is one of my favorite parts of AGB. It's kind of nice that we get to come back and we just have all the pack attachments for Clank. We have the PDA. And this is another planet where I think if you just want to showcase... Hey, Blue Glitch!
Yeah!
It's got that too. If you just want a showcase of all of the movement, like why this game is so visually appealing as a run, I think this is a great benchmark for that. See, we're clipping out of walls, we're infinite jumping. There's going to be a really cool chain hopefully we can nail a bit later on to get the last bolt. Bolts aren't too important now. We have this purchase right here for 500, and then we have the final 2500, which we don't need until the very last planet.
And if all goes well, that momentum we just built up should be stored outside of this waterfall. There we are.
Beautiful. Yeah, so you can build the chain up, drop into the waterfall there, and then continue it as soon as you get out. And it looks absolutely gorgeous. Ah, there you go. All right.
Now for the planet where we take back our paper. Core 2 is one of those planets that has a strange glitch. It is called Bolt Party. Once you get into the arena as Giant Clank, because we got to go get the Kalibo coordinates, For some reason, it just gives you a ton of money, and if all goes well, it should give us more than enough to finish the game, because the only thing we need to buy at this point is the Porositor to kill Drek. And you'll see why once we get there. On the PAL copy of this game, the Pyro just does absurd damage. So it is optimal to play most of these games on the European copy. Just a fun fact.
Yeah. PAL, PlayStation 3, download with an SSD.
Yeah, the SSD is important for the PDA tech. Because otherwise, if you're on hard disk or, God forbid, you're playing on PS2, the PDA, how it works is you can do the PDA tech. Hold on, let me do ILJs. There we go.
Here's a very gorgeous one. ILJs through the factory, into the PDA glide, over to the other side of the map, and we're gonna grab the second gold bolt.
Because we got Ghost Ratchet going up to that platform before we did the ILJs, we can just go right through the wall so we don't have to worry about the code bot. But yeah, you can only do the PDA tech once it's closed. But if you're running on a hard disk on PlayStation 3, or if you're on PlayStation 2, you can only close the PDA once the little vendor guy appears. And on PlayStation 2, it is seemingly random, like a few second intervals. So the PDA tech is just very, very slow on PS2. And it's better on hard disk for PlayStation 3, but it is still a little bit slower. So the best option is to run an SSD, because you can open and close the PDA pretty much instantly.
I always joke that SSD, if you really want to like factor in specific loads, only saves 15 seconds, but also will save you 15 million headaches.
Oh yes.
The PDA
seems like we got the insta-kill glitch.
Let's go.
So we don't have to shoot the big mechs more than once. They will explode on impact the first time we shoot them. What I want to know is
someone hiding?
Someone's got to be. Hello? Kalibo coordinates? Ring? Where you at? Alright, so I might have to redo this. That's never happened to me before. That's interesting. Normally, once you kill all the enemies, you get the Kalibo info bot, and then you can just go on your merry way, but no problem. We just got to do this one more time. There we go. They're all respawning, so hopefully it should work this time around.
Well, we're going to have extra money.
If we're soft locked, I don't know what to tell you. We're just going to have to reload the planet and pray. But I don't know. I'm probably just going to chalk this up to a one-off goof.
Nothing bad ever happens in a Ratchet.
Which this game is known for its goofs.
It's true. It's very true. We're gonna buy 2 Porositor after this.
Oh my, dude, we are loaded right now. 5K, this never happens. You want at least, like, all you need is 2.5 to finish the run, so
we're doing the blaster good. Too?
Dude, I'll do it. I'll buy a blaster. Yeah.
Any blaster fans?
There we go, and we got the coordinates. There we are. And Ghost Ratchet ran out because I had to do that. Yeah.
This was gonna
Typically,
happen.
You could just... because you have Ghost Ratchet, if it works first try, you can just go through that wall, but it's okay. We just got to do a little bit of flips.
We should mention, I didn't mention this earlier, about the convenience of Ghost Ratchet. Ghost Ratchet is tied to a 10,000 frame counter, so it's like 3 minutes, roughly.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
after
it's sitting
3
around
minutes,
3.5, somewhere around there. Yeah, Ghost Ratchet gets reset after either 10,000 frames or if you die, whichever comes first.
Or leave the planet.
Yeah. Dude, imagine if we could transfer
anyways.
Ghost Ratchet.
All right.
Transfer Ghost Ratchet between planets.
This
arguably the greatest planet.
Inarguably the greatest planet. I'll fight anyone. All right.
Me too, dude. This is my favorite.
Iridian is this giant map There's no coordinates, so we're literally just going gold bolt, gold bolt, gold bolt, gold bolt out in hopefully around 2 minutes. It's got the same mud as we saw earlier, so more ILJs. We have the PDA now, so we can do crazy speedy chains, which look gorgeous.
Beautiful. Go right over to the bolt.
It's just so fluid. It feels like there's always something happening. Here we're going to see more Cineflips. And the Hyper Strike for the cherry on top.
Oof. Had to get just that little extra bit of height. Just had to make sure, you know? I'm probably going to bonk on this. No, oh, that's no problem because I carried my speed.
This last one is the most important one. So more Cineflips again. We have to scale over this mountainside. And this is going to put us all the way over to the swing shot course. And we didn't talk about this earlier. It's another trick in this, again, general umbrella of tricks. Done with the thruster pack. Again, chaining side flips over and over, but it's a lot easier. Oh, please not the wall bounce.
Oh, no, we're fine. Again, just a little goofy. Just a little goofy.
So yeah, you literally go corner to corner to corner to corner of this giant map in literally 2 minutes, and you have all the pack attachments, the PDA, access to ILJs. Like, it's great. Speaking of great, I have nothing nice to say about this next part.
This is the run killer.
This is okay. So hardest planet in the run? I don't know. That's the question. Hardest bolt in the run? I'm going with this first one. So first, yeah, you can just go out of here. Ratchet is just vibing out in space.
We don't even need the O2 mask. Ratchet can breathe in space now, you know?
So we're gonna try and do this chain on the this runway here. There's lots of invisible ledges, so you can very easily get stopped and duck out of bounds here. And you're supposed to be swimming through all of these tunnels. And hopefully this looks good. This is a secret area, and I don't know how well you guys can hear it and maybe see it in a little bit, but the water is electrocuted, so you can very easily get too close to the water and get zapped, and yeah, then you die and go back to the start. It's really bad. I've seen shout out Zem. Zem ran this for ESA last year and was on world record pace and lost it to this bolt at ESA, which is what a heartbreaker. All right, so once again, do this chain across the runway, but this time we're going to another ship.
Oh, lost the speed. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's okay. We can still get where we're going. There we go.
And here we can see infinite jumps with the thruster pack. There's so much movement in this game. Like, I think I've counted. There's 9 different ways to infinite jump in total, which is hilarious. This boat's also pretty tricky. We're going to try and squeeze through.
Camera is not having it.
A tiny open part of this back wall here. There we go. Perfect. And this avoids just having to go around for this bolt. And then just up through this hole in the ceiling that is conveniently placed.
And we didn't get drunk, camera. Wonderful news. Sometimes when you hop into that room and you got to go through all the lasers, the camera will just flip out on you and you just cannot see where you're going. You just got to pray. All right, and Iridia, inarguably the best planet in the run. In my humble opinion, I think Kalibo's the second best. It's just so swag for movement if you can get it all right. Oh, it's just so much fun, man. It is all about the speedy A's here. You got to build up as much speed as possible, and you just fly where you're going.
Kalibo's very fun just to lap over and over, just practicing speedy A chains. So there's this giant column here right by the ship, and we're gonna try and build up speed in both directions. So we're gonna go to the right here first, and that looks gorgeous. And there's this bolt just sitting on the grind rail.
And we didn't buy the grind boots because we did not want to deal with that, because it is a very long grind rail section. So we just kind of flip up there, grab it, then we're on to the second bolt.
And now we're gonna go to the left. And this is, I think, everyone's favorite bolt. I can't really tell you why.
If you know, you know.
I'll let you interpret your own reason as to why.
Oh, I didn't even need that second midair. Wonderful. Look at all those chickens. This is the Gadgetron employee break room. They're feeling a little bit peckish, so they have their own little chicken farm here.
All right, the last planet. And guess what? It's the very first planet. See, I told you we were going back home. That's why we need the snacks.
So we're back at the beginning of the very first planet. And now I'm going to do just a quick little sanity check. All right.
We're all good.
Yep. And for the fans, gotta buy the blaster.
Oh, and the 6 ammo.
Oh, of course.
We shouted out Janky earlier.
Gotta pay homage.
That's a deep cut. I'll let you guys look that one up for yourselves. Oh, gorgeous. That's a long jump S side off of the rock there. It's really, really tight. You have to be angled at a certain time and collide with it at a certain time.
That one can just tell you straight up, nah, I'm not feeling it today. All right, don't hit the death puddle. Wonderful.
Yeah, you see that tiny puddle sticking out of lava there?
Yeah, this little puddle down here, it's really easy if you're not careful to just go right into it.
You can just like graze the corner of it and then die out of nowhere.
All right.
And then here, just...
I cannot see. Camera, please cooperate. There we go. I wasn't worried at all.
That was good. That was very good.
Yeah, I wasn't scared about that camera. Don't worry about it. We're chilling. And now, we just got to grab the 40th.
It's kind of fitting that Velden 2 is the last planet, because again, it just kind of has everything. It's got all the speedy A chains, it's got all the PDA stuff, it's got Ghost Ratchet, it's got ILJs, it's got long jump SIs, it has the only boss in the run, which we're about to go fight. And
yep, so just
Drek.
So yeah, just a warning, we are going to be coming up on pausing the timer in just about a minute, if all goes well. So first thing we got to worry about is not spawning Drek.
Yeah, so we're gonna approach this.
If you get a little too close.
We're gonna approach this in a way that we can actually skip the first 2 phases of the boss. Normally you have to, like, you see there's the giant rock arena over there on the right side. You normally have to chase him over there and then fight him, and then he's gonna break it, and then you gotta go to another one, and he's gonna break that one, and then you go to the big arena where the rest of the fight takes place. But by not spawning him and approaching the way that we do, we can just go straight to that final arena, which, there it is. Well, there's like half of it. The rest is going to load in a second. But,
we just got to get a little bit closer.
As we approach it, it should spawn Drek and the rest.
I forgot about the blaster first.
I was going to say, you
select is changed, yeah.
You remember it's down now. So,
Drek in the homie, yes.
So this boss is slight RNG. There's basically one pattern, which is the bomb there, that is way better than the rest. The rest are all manageable, but after a while, he can just be so mean. But
right.
He was not mean today. That was perfect.
Timer pause coming up in 3, 2, one time.
Dude, Janky was looking out for us.
Oh, yeah.
Nice job.
All
Awesome,
right,
GG.
cool. So that's the first game. I'll tell you what, we can skip this cutscene.
Do you have a
Go over to this one.
unwanted hair?
That's 40 bolts. Now we got 80 more to go.
Causing you undue
There we
embarrassment?
go.
Do you just plain stink? Then you need this, the Gadgetron personal.
So
hygiene
everyone,
oil.
while we get ready for the next game, we're gonna take a quick break so you can get up, get some water, anything like that, while we get the next game set up. Just a quick reminder before we do go to our break, Games Done Quick is hiring. If you have experience in social media creation and want to help out at our live events, be sure to go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs to apply. With that said, we'll take our quick break, get everything ready for the second game in the trilogy, and we'll get back to it in a few minutes.
All right. And there we are, 40 out of 40.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing some longer categories of the Ratchet and Clank games. We are in the middle of the Ratchet and Clank original trilogy, all special bolts. We're ready for the second game. I'll hand it right over.
Hey guys, I've already introduced myself at the beginning of this, and with me I have Mr. Mantodia, a fantastic Rack 2 runner. I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, Manto. What's going on, man?
Hi, I'm Manto. I run APB. I currently have record in it. I don't have much more to say until the run starts, though. Sorry.
All good, man. No, I'm just glad to have you here on commentary because you really know your stuff, dude. So,
Yeah.
double check all my settings are all good. Looks like we're ready to go. So, I'm going to go ahead and load game, and then I'll give you guys a little countdown for the timer. So, we're going to hop right into it. Pardon me. All right, time's going to begin in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, resume. Oh, got the little loading thing. All good.
Yeah. Somebody saved a little too early, huh?
Little bit, maybe.
Yeah. We, as soon as you start the game, we save and make our settings most of the time. Because there's a few settings you just want to have on, like fast camera speed and stuff. Sure, going for a wacky little strat there that saves like a second, where you do like a side flip off of the pipe to skip going up the ladder. I don't do that one personally myself because I hate doing it because it's just early on saves like a second, but yeah, it's also wacky to do if you want to kill that guy, but the route's been changing so much you don't know. Anyway, this is the first level. Ratchet 1's very different from Ratchet 2. They patched a lot of things, intentionally or not, between this game and the first game. Number one, this game does not have neutral tech with the packs, unless you do a bunch of wacky stuff with it, and we'll be explaining that later on when we get it. Number two, this game starts you out with 2 different guns. This game starts you out with the bomb, which is a more powerful version of the bomb glove, being used as more of like a big grenade kill, and then a lancer, which is just kind of like a pistol that you can fire. Both pretty much essential weapons for the run we're going to be using a lot. And there's a new thing called XP in this game as well. That's the first level over. It's just kind of a run and gun tutorial. Nothing too crazy, no bolts there. But anyway, yeah, we have XP in this game, so Ratchet has his own independent XP health bar you can see at the top. Every time it fills up, there's a blast and he gets full health. Kind of like a screen wipe. More of like a screen damage, though. It doesn't kill them all the time, obviously. And the guns level up. So once he hits that bar that's charging at the top left, that's the XP bar, and that hits max, that will level up his gun, and he will have a new, more powerful version of the gun. So anyway, that's just kind of the main differences between the game. They added XP, they patched some things in the speedrun, but more things will get advanced as we go on. There's a lot of new stuff going on. He did a little shortcut there on this level, just by side flipping into a tree that pushes you out of bounds, just hiking. This is the first boss. We actually do not have to fight this. By doing a precise, not super precise, double jump and spacing it out, you can jump, and they left a little hole on the right side where there's no invisible wall, where you can just kind of jump past the boss, since it's not really required. And you can just walk to the end here, and then the boss just kind of disappears, and it's like, all right, you're good to go. This is our first gadget, the Dynamo. The Dynamo is kind of silly because it doesn't really do much besides just activate a platform or two. It's nothing crazy. We won't be using it for much, but it saves like literally like 3 seconds, so there's not really a big reason not to grab it. But it's just useful. Like, we can get through this entire level without it pretty easily. And that's it. There's actually going to be a little skip here that you can't even tell what's happening. It's very hard to explain. But basically, if you menu correctly, you skip an entire level here. And that sounds really confusing, but what essentially you're doing is tricking the game into like selecting the level Mactar instead of selecting it the intentional way, which checks for the if you finished Whoopash, which is a ship level. So we save 1 minute and 30 there, roughly, by not having to do that level. Probably more if you're not very good at it, like most people aren't. But yeah, we actually skip an entire level there, and it's insanely difficult to tell, and unless you're looking for it, you probably didn't even notice it. Like, if you haven't played this game in a while, you're probably like, oh, it's just normal, you just go right to Mactar. But no, there's an entire level skip there. It's a really odd interaction with how menuing works in this game. Then we're coming up on our next bolt. I mean, our first bolt, right? Yeah.
Number 41.
Yeah. 41, yeah, because I already did rack 1. This bolt's... I don't actually know the intentional way to get this bolt. And that's strange.
I think it's jumping on the crates, I want to say.
I feel like it's not, though. I genuinely feel like it's not.
Maybe the intentional is coming back with the helipack.
Yeah, I think so, but we can't ever know. But what we do is we just side flip up it. I'm sure most people also found the whole, like, jumping on the box thing. But yeah, I don't know if that's the intentional way. Like, there's no indicator for what's intentional and what's not. But yeah, essentially what happens is that Ratchet can side flip pretty high if you roll the stick left and right, kind of like we did in Ratchet 1. And we can also do the jump buffer into it, so you can press X and then R1 a little bit after, which makes Ratchet jump and then flip, which gives him a little bit of extra speed and sometimes more height because of that too. So it's pretty nice to have both that done. You're getting good ammo here as well, which is very nice. Did you buy ammo, actually?
I bought ammo. I just bought grav bombs right before the arena, just to be extra safe. Yeah. With the new XP route and the fact that we're using decoys and bombs a lot more often with the new camera proxies, I've kind of been fiddling around trying to find where's a good place to just keep going through the levels and where you kind of need to buy ammo.
Yeah.
Still figuring all of that out, but...
Yeah, right now, the only thing that's kind of making that route really that much faster for me is the new Aranos 2. Because otherwise, it's pretty even, actually. Even with all the Indeco time save, you just lose time to the bolt route, sadly. So badly.
Yeah.
Like no tack. You just cannot get the same comm gold of no tack. But that's something, for me and Jura to talk about. It's not really something anybody else is going to understand. But basically, there's a lot of new things that have been happening with this game, as always. This game is incredibly strat-rich, and it's always seemingly a golden era for this game, as every single few months there is major strat discoveries and findings, and it's been this way since roughly 2017, and that's not even a joke. Every single year there are major insane strat finds for this game, and it is just the gift that keeps on giving somehow, and things are getting kind of ridiculous at this point, I would say. Like, we're finding stuff that we're like, all right, there's no way we skip that, and then we do, and it's like, okay, well, this is just wacky.
The crazy thing is a lot of the really important skips for this run that you're going to see have been found in the last couple of months.
Yeah, a lot of them. Genuinely, like, big skips have been being found for this game all the time. Half of it was because initially any percent and APB were really neglected, minus by like 1 or 2 people. Ratchet is notoriously an NG plus category, but we've been NG plus type game, but we've been focusing on any percent. At least I have. He's doing a wacky clip here that essentially what he's doing is he's jamming the camera in a weird way, which he can just get on top and flip out and then jump on top of this building with a little parkour. This skips a electrolyzer, which is kind of like a puzzle auto-scroller thing. A little bit difficult to explain, but skipping that saves a decent chunk of time and allows Jura to skip out on doing a couple rooms. So you're doing a little bit of a different XP route than I am.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I got all the grav bomb XP I need.
All right, that's fair. But now what he's doing is a Ratchet camera clip, and these were found after Clank clips, so like that's why I'm calling it specifically Ratchet. If you tap L1 and then tap a direction and swing into a wall in a kind of a semi-precise way, Ratchet will clip out of bounds. And he's doing a bunch of other really wacky movement that's hard to explain, but basically what's happening is that he's using the camera to clip to his advantage. And this was actually somewhat recently found. Like
within the last month, I want to say.
We knew you could clip with the camera before. We knew it happened, but then we found ways to do it without that like sort of randomness, and then we found ways to control it, and then we found ways for Clank to do it, and you can see right there he turned into Clank because he touched the trigger, because he went all the way backwards through the Clank section and touched the trigger for Clank, and now he clipped through the wall and he's going through another wall into an area right here, and that's the button to end the section. It's really confusing what's actually going on here in the terms of like with the skips, but essentially he used Ratchet to clip into Clank's section, then went back, grabbed Clank, became Clank, because they're both technically the same character. He just kind of transforms into him during the cutscene. They like update the position so he's over Clank, and then he turns into Clank. And then clips through the walls, and then he's done. So a little bit confusing, hard to explain, but there we go, he did it. And now we're back together. So Ratchet now has the thruster pack. The thruster pack is the fastest form of movement for Ratchet, just on pure moving around. And that's important to note in a weird way, because so we both have the heli and thruster pack at the start of this game, and it's important to note that they are both different. In Ratchet 1, you get them at different times, and there's bigger differences between these two. This was changed in Ratchet 2. We no longer can ground pound with the thruster pack, so seemingly it was up to preference. But the way it works in actual practicality is that the thruster pack is good at giving bursts of speed and constant good speed. Like, so whenever you use it, you're getting a solid amount of speed. The helipack is slower but has higher potential speed. This means that Ratchet can get to a higher total speed with the helipack and a lower total speed with the thruster pack, but the thruster gets better immediate results. If that's confusing, there'll be better visual examples later on in the run. You're about to see one kind of soonish. We leveled up our first gun right there. That is the mini nuke. The mini nuke does a ton of damage with a tech called rapid fire, which basically means that we're pulling out the mini nuke and the wrench by using the wrench to cancel the mini nuke. This makes it so that the mini nuke pretty much has no fire rate cap, so we can just spam it at the boss here, and it does a ton of damage. Just watching is better than explaining here. But even though he's messing up some of these, he's still firing it like insanely fast. And he's just going to kill the last little bit with the Lancer. This game has a thing called XP stealing, where the last bullet of whatever kills the boss, even sometimes when the boss just kind of like, you know, that boss kind of crashes down a little bit after you kill it. If you just hit it once with the Lancer, he actually still can just die, and you get the XP for the Lancer because it's the last thing that hit him. He did swing shot swag there, and that basically what he did is he gained momentum with the swing shot nodes and then carried it through the nodes and was able to use the helipack's full, more potential speed. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. There's so much stuff to explain. It's
just one of those games, man.
Yeah, Indaka is kind of getting nuts now. It used to be one of those easy to explain levels, but there's so much crap going on that it's just like, all right, well, we got something to explain every 2 seconds. Because
Got that.
Anyway, yeah, the
little
helipack just got a ton of speed. There we go. The Lancer got upgraded. It's now just like a little minigun, pretty much. We're doing a thing here where he's canceling the thruster pack's long jump into a helipack long jump. Thank you for dying. Now I get to explain it.
Unfortunately, yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was intentional. Of course. Yeah. The helipack long jump can be canceled into the the thruster pack long jump can be canceled into the helipack long jump, which gives you a little bit more speed. You grab the ledge, you let go of the ledge, which carries your momentum, and then you hyper strike while gliding, which lets you gain enough height with enough speed to get under this barrier to get into the next level. This skips like an entire gadget and like an extra 2 minutes of nonsense, so that's very nice. We're coming up to our fourth bolt. This is the jamming array bolt. It's just kind of high up in the skybox here. Nothing really too crazy. Very easy level overall, though. There's one trick at the end. This is just kind of a moon level, which is a little strange, but what that basically means is that it got a little bit of a gravity difference. Two things to note is that the long jumps are a little better on this level. Helipacks get a little bit more like height and distance, and the thruster packs just gets more distance overall. The goal of this level is to go to 6 different towers and blow them up really quickly. There's nothing too nuts here, minus just that he's got a route mapped out, and on these jump pads, he wants to kind of brush his head along the bottom here, so he has less hang time in the air where he's just kind of floating there. So just a few gravity manipulations, nothing too insane, minus that he has to break these towers. This is one of the only levels where the main goal isn't just like grab the end of the trigger. I think the other one is Tavora, and that's pretty much it, right? There's no other crazy goal levels that I can think of off the top of my head. Not the ones that we need to do, at least.
Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Unless I'm wrong. I mean, I guess there's ones where you do like a giant Clank fight, but like, I don't know if I count that. But like, yeah, this is the only Ratchet level where the goal is not just to get to the end of the level, where you actually have like a thing that activates getting a new thing. Anyway, we revisit Maktar because it's obviously much faster to do this all with the thruster pack and helipack. It saves a ton of time. Yeah, the one caveat of the way we do this is that the bridge that normally forms when you finish this level is just not there. So we have to do this kind of annoying double jump to get across. Jura's gonna do the safer way here, which is just go on this like lump of terrain.
And still lose it.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, sometimes the double jump is a little finicky.
Yeah, plus it's easier if the camera is facing to the right of where I'm looking right now. If it flips over to the left, then you kind of have to mess around with the camera and make sure your jump is going in the right direction, otherwise you just fall. But
yeah,
happens.
A cute little death abuse there that respawns you close to the ship. I need some water, man.
Dude, me too. I'm a little, I gotta clear my throat, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me take a quick sip before we get to Barlow.
Okay.
Hydrate, gamers. Everybody, hydrate. Drink some water.
Staying hydrated is incredibly important.
This is Barlow. He's going to be doing a little bit of a movement chain. But basically, yeah, he just swaps from thruster to helipack to get more speed with the thruster pack, kills a bunch of dogs and a bunch of side flips. Here is a little room where they sell you Ratchet 1 weapons, and these are actually incredibly busted. Even though if you played this game casually, you know they all kind of suck. Well, at least the 2 we grabbed, some of them are busted for other reasons, but what we want is the bomb glove and the decoy glove. These are both kind of unintentionally broken weapons, but we'll talk about that when we get to that. This is race skip he's going to be doing. You do go for like 3 out of 3 laps or whatever, yeah?
I go for the bolt, then we reset, and then we do race skip.
Yeah,
Shout out Robo.
Okay.
I didn't not get the boost there.
Right,
I love playing without game audio.
There's actually a boost in this level. I mean, a bolt in this like race, which is a little strange, but yeah, they hit a bolt like around the left corner here, so that's cute. But they, this is race skip. Essentially, what the goal is here is to fold the checkpoint counter into giving us a "you're good to go to the next checkpoint." And what that means is that There's a line right there. You see that solid line? He has to enter and leave that line on the same frame, pretty much. So only stay in it for a frame and then leave right after. This gives them the go-ahead to go to the next checkpoint. But what it doesn't tell you is that this counter is kind of just one universal, like, hey, you can go to the next checkpoint. So if you trick the game into just being like, okay, I have that flag, but like you're in a different section, you can turn around and go to the end of the race, and it's like, oh, dude, you're ready. You just completed a whole lap. Like, you're good for this checkpoint. So all it essentially means, to put it in really simple terms, is you touch a checkpoint, you leave it, and then you go to the one behind you, and that fools the game into thinking the race is finished.
Thought that one would have worked.
Yeah, me too. I don't know. Sometimes, like, the main thing about this skip is that it's not about like timing or execution. It's about knowing when you're going to get it. And a 106 is a perfectly respectable race. So that was pretty good.
3 frame perfects the trick. My favorite.
Yeah. It's 3 frame perfects you kind of have a ton of really quick attempts at. So you kind of just throw things at the wall and you see what sticks. And then your eye is the best indicator for this trick. If you can tell you got it and you go back, that's the best way to know that you're going to be good at this. Having a good eye is better than having good timing, in my opinion. At least for like, if you're doing 3, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it. But this is our first ship level, actually, even though it's technically the second ship level. This is not terribly complicated, but I can make it sound complicated, don't worry. So there is a thing called Raritanium he's picking up. It's the thing that keeps appearing in the top left whenever he finds an orange glowing rock. And what this is, very important, is essentially the space currency to upgrade this ship. And we actually really do want this ship upgraded. And the problem is that normally you would have more than enough. But the thing is that we skipped one of the ship levels that normally gives a ton. So when we skip that, we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot in terms of our economy. So now we kind of have an RNG level, which we get to after that race skip, where if you get a really good one there, you can be like really ahead, and then you can completely lose it right here, which is fun. But anyway, Jura's looking fine. You kind of want 5 on each wave, so if worst comes to worst, he plays this mission a little bit over again and just kills a few things. So it's not too big a deal for like a marathon's sake, but for actual like PB attempts, it can be kind of annoying. There's 3 different types of ships. They're not terribly complicated. The green ones die in 1 hit to the laser. The blue ones die in 1 hit to the bomb or the missile. The purple ones are kind of a hybrid between the two in terms of like how they exist. The purple ones have, I think, the same health as the blue, if not like a slightly bit less. And they fly similar to how the green flies. The blue ones, you'll notice, just kind of fly in front of the screen sometimes. That's called a warper. That means that they will essentially, you don't need to target them as much when you're looking for them. I don't know. I don't feel like nerding out about the ship sections. Nobody cares. Let's just move on. They're just kind of stupid. You can ask me some other time if you want to hear me nerd out about a stupid ship section. It's fine. Yeah. Drew, you want to say anything? I feel like I'm just talking your ear off.
No, dude, this is great. You are much more knowledgeable about this game than I am, and it lets me focus on the tech. But one thing I will say is, coming up onto no-tac, now that we've got the decoy and the bomb glove, and some creative routing, we now have the first level where we can show off all the camera proxies in Rack 2, if I can hit it.
Yeah, camera proxy is not something I do in runs yet, because it's really new, and I've been working, so like I just started pretty much like learning what they all are.
Again, camera proxies have been found in the last week. Like, these are this is brand new tech.
Yeah. So essentially, now that we have the decoy glove and the bomb glove, there's like a lot of things we've opened up to ourselves. The decoy glove works great because we can clip out of bounds with it, and it also works as the bomb glove works. The bomb glove's unique property is that we can kill ourselves with it, and it also works as the glove. So the gloves have kind of a crossover as well as a, holy cow, you're low on bullets.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
I am down bad out here. I'm
Yeah.
broke, but we'll have 6,000 by the time the planet ends. So
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll be fine.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about earlier in terms of routing, if you paid attention on Maktar, is that the new Endako skips skip out on so much money and so much bolts that it kind of ends up wasting a ton of time here, which makes it ends up being like, okay, maybe we don't have to do that. I don't know. But there's stuff that can kind of make it fast or similarly fast as well. I don't know. Anyway, the whole point is that the decoy glove and bomb glove have an animation where Ratchet throws the glove, and it's bugged in a weird way that whenever Ratchet does it against a curved surface with any kind of momentum, and apparently the camera has momentum, so it counts, you get this sort of speed carry up into the air, and we call it a proxy. And you'll notice Ratchet just gets kind of flinged in the air, and then we can act out of it by swinging the wrench and double jumping. So it's really wacky to explain, but essentially the decoy glove and bomb glove are broken, and they're really useful. So we'll be using them a lot the entire run. Jura's doing a lot of them, and they're just giving us like huge height on a lot of these jumps. And I hope his bolts are good. I think he's like, yeah, he's getting close. He's fine. But basically, is he gonna do another one? Oh my god, he's just doing them everywhere. But these skips are very cute, very fun. A little new to me, so I'm trying to like a little flabbergasted by some of this. Oh, you're doing one here too? Interesting. There we go. That's called tiptoes. Another weird thing to explain that's really confusing. If you don't press anything on the stick, so you don't move it, and then you press double, and then you spam X as soon as you're about to touch a surface you can't normally jump on, Ratchet can just like, I don't know how to explain it. He can do something. You're doing one here too? Oh my goodness.
yeah, I'm not gonna do it because it's not agreeing with me right now.
That's
I
fair.
did find you can make that work, but today it's not having it. So we're just gonna go up the normal way. No
Yeah.
problem.
I'm not sure how fast all of these are, but Zura's showing them all off regardless.
Yeah,
They're pretty neat.
the one after Bolt 1 for the death abuse, I'm not sure if that saves time over the decoy clip, but I'm fairly certain the ones to skip the... Sorry, I'm notoriously bad at talking and running at the same time, so you're going to have to forgive me. There we go. Now,
Yeah.
now that we're
I
on
have
ship
to look at
transition.
some of them. I think most of them are even. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how fast like helipack movement can be if you're really crazy at it.
I'm pretty sure you can save a little bit of time skipping that SI to get to Bolt 2 and skipping the elevator. Also,
Yeah.
we're not going to crash here. I'm going to take an extra second because, there we go.
Drew did something kind of crazy there. So essentially, you can trick the ship menu, only the ship menu, only on PS2, by going to an item that's really expensive, clicking the item that's really expensive, and then the menu will be like, hey, you can't afford that. And then you hold right, and then you exit that menu pressing triangle, and then you go over to something cheap, and then you spam buy on it. Essentially what happens is that the model of the ship is loaded, and it's sitting there with the item like the nuke that you want, right? So something that's normally 60, right? So it's still loaded, like you can still see the nuke if you go back and you slow it down. And then when you hover over something cheap, the price loads, but the model doesn't change. So if you spam X, you can just take it. They just give it out for free. For five Veritanium. That's why you need 10. So only increments of 5 are important in terms of buys for this game. It takes, I think, 65 or 55 Veritanium to buy everything. It's 65, pretty sure. Or no, it's actually 70 or 65. I forget. I haven't ran.
If I remember correctly, last time I did PBSPI, it was like 15 rari to get the missiles, the fusion cannons, and the nuke, and then you needed 45 more to grind on Vegas, I want to say. Citation needed
50,
on that, though.
I remember it being 55, so that's why. But anyway, you don't need that much. You need like sub 100 to get everything, and it's very easy and nice. And so that's one of the blessing skips that doesn't exist on PS3 because they just like to optimize the game, they just made it load every time. I doubt that was done intentionally. Like, why would they do that? It seems more of just like they were trying to optimize things and then they just did that. And so it's an unintentional fix. Like, who would want that fixed? I don't know. Like, they left in everything else and just patched that? I doubt it. So, anyway. But yeah, so now we have the nuke and the lasers, which absolutely make this busted ship, which we can just cruise through most of those levels. And then we do a ring mission to get the bolt. And so each ship level that's not the one that we skipped has a bolt, luckily. Luckily, the one that we skipped doesn't require a bolt. Like, thank the Lord. But, you know, very, very nice that we don't need that. Anyway, we're just on to Siberius now. We have both upgraded weapons. And so we just kind of rush through this first part, and then there's a little skip coming up on the train. In APB, it is a little faster to take the train because it's just way nicer, because we have the swing shot and a few other routing things. But this train's a little weird. We can just kind of rush on the train because they added triggers where you can just kind of go to the very front. Up here, the train's going to go up a hill, and if Jura times it correctly... Oh, you don't go for that?
I was not in a position to try it, to be honest.
That's fair.
Yeah, it wasn't looking good. Plus, I do go for this one because the last one, I am notoriously, like, it is very common for me to just get the weird void out that you get on that swing shot. So yeah. I don't risk it on that car, but I do always go for the last one there where you have to go fight the thief.
Yeah, that's like it's just a weird timing thing, so you know, but
yeah,
it can be kind of goofy. The goal of that is that if you get on top of the train car there, you just don't have to go through the middle, which is obviously faster because you have to kill things in the middle. And yes, but he didn't do it, so it doesn't matter. We're gonna be doing the mini nuke again on Angela. Or sorry, the thief. If we don't want to spoil the game.
Yeah, no spoilers. Also, I goofed that really hard, so I'm just gonna have to finish the thief off with the heavy lancer.
If you fail some of the okay, he died. If you fail some of the mini nuke spam, they will blow up on top of Ratchet. It's not terribly uncommon, but yeah, if you fail that, it can be kind of devastating because then you just don't get the damage. You'll see now he has to just kind of spam the Lancer at Angela.
And we're dead.
There we go. And then she's dead. So yeah, she's just like no health. She takes 8 bombs. If you're doing it properly, not properly, but if you're doing it optimally, you can actually kill her in exactly 8 bombs. So she has like no health. She does take 9 bombs casually though. Because of a weird little quirk in the system, she can die in 8. Because the rapid fire tech is so broken. Yeah, but now we're on to Tabora. We'll be ending our just pack sections here soon. I'm not sure what Jura does in the desert, personally.
I do, when I do the double Tabora, the second visit, I get all 3 bolts. I love the swag car too much.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. The optimal route for this planet is to, get one of the bolts and then revisit for the other 2. But Jura just wants to go.
We gotta get the swag car,
which is fun. I mean, I don't blame you. I like that route a little more, but it's just a difference in routing. But yeah, when you get the bolts is important. Like, you can technically one tap this planet and not lose that much time. You will only be losing like a second or 2 if you get every bolt at once on this level, but. It's not too bad. It's just a difference in routing. Anyway, but yeah, Jura's just going to be collecting the crystals. This is the only other level in the game that we have to do that has a like requirement that's not just get the info bots or the coordinates. That's what they call them in this game. The goal is to collect 10 crystals in the sandbox. There is 100 of them out here. So we just kind of go to the fastest crystals that have a path to the bolt normally, but Jura's doing the any % method, which just means getting the fastest crystals that we have. Did you miss one?
No, I went back for it. We're good. There we go. This should be 9. Unless I can't count. No, we're good.
Oh, I'm just you just do a different route than
Yeah.
that's fair.
Nope. Gonna get a little bit of lock on.
Sorry, I'm just not used to not seeing either my own route or just the route I'm used to sometimes. A little bit confusing. Whenever I catch Jura, it's normally he's running like rack 1 or 3, so I don't get to watch him play rack 2 much.
Yeah, I'm all over the place.
Yeah, and sometimes you catch someone stream and they're just like, they're stuck in reset hell, so it's like, all right, I guess we'll be watching Indako a bit today, but it's fair. I mean, everybody gets stuck in reset hell every now and again, so.
Especially in this series.
Yeah, there can be some tough early game levels that just are a pain in the neck. Like Jura did in Dako pretty fine, like didn't mess up any of the skips there, so that was pretty nice, and that's normally a toughy planet, so. This is Dabo. This is pretty much the last pack planet. After this, the game's going to be changing tremendously. He's going to be doing a cute little skip here, which gives him enough height to get up here, which, honestly, I don't know what he's going to do. I'm just going to let it play out, so. Give you some live reactions. Wow, there we go. Normally we do a little skip there with the packs to do a midair, but he's going to be doing a camera proxy, which gives him enough height to skip doing the midair.
Yeah.
And,
let me get one Dabo midair. Hold the midair, please.
Yeah, hold the midair. I'm a midair super fan, which is a tech. I don't remember. Have you done any midairs yet? Is there any required?
I used to do Dabo midair pretty consistently, but ever since this camera proxy was found, I think I'm sticking with this.
Yeah, that's fair.
I am a camera proxy fan.
Yeah.
And a midair hater. So
yeah, I love doing midairs because there's lots of little places to move them in for like added time save. But what essentially they are is like a super long jump. That's all they are. Nothing crazy more than just you go really far with a long jump. And useful in little places to gain extra distance where it'd normally be bad.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say it, but any midair fans, you're going to be starving this run.
Yeah. Man, I'm starving.
You got your midairs in rack 1.
Yeah, rack 1 uses a lot more midairs. If you watched that run earlier, midairs are just kind of always optimal there in that game, because why would you not do the super long jump in that game? Because you always have the opportunity to carry speed. And the levels are designed in a way that kind of has more flat ground where you can do them more. So it's just nicer in general to do midairs there. This is the giant Clank fight. Yeah, you just jump on his head. There's not really that much more to say. I'll give you a little tidbit about it, I guess. Initially, he didn't take this knockback. They added this as a preventative measure to prevent cheese, so that you couldn't just jump on his head. Initially, he just took nothing, and he would just jump on his head over and over and over again until it ended in the same place. But they added knockback as like a preventative measure to make it harder. And they were like, all right, let's add this, and it ends up being better. It ends up being like way better and faster to have him have the knockback because you pick up missiles. So it went from being something where they did something to patch something and it made it even better. There's a lot of that. Like in the earlier builds, there's stuff that is just like, oh, this is slow, this sucks, and then they accidentally patched in like a skip for something. You're gonna see another one on Joba that always makes me laugh in a second. But yeah, this is the last pack level, so say goodbye to pack movement and reactive. Oh, are you going inside?
No, just another little difference between your and my route is I do Jangpot immediately after
Yeah,
reload.
that's fair.
Because
that's what I do in 100%, yeah.
Yeah, well, I was doing the other one, but I found that I kept forgetting to do it. I would just go right into the facility, forget, and miss out on 15,000 bolts. So I just do it on reload.
Yeah, that's fair. Jangpot's hard to explain as well. It's a weird mechanic in the game. It's intentional. It is a fully intentional system that whenever you revisit a level and you kill the enemy for the first time, you have ×5 bolts until you pick up 100 bolts. Which makes absolutely no sense why it exists. Like no casual is ever going to benefit from that. Yeah, there it is. So what happens is that when you long jump into that bridge, you get a checkpoint which moves the bridge's position, so you never need to hit that bridge. So yeah. And then a race skip. Hold on, race skip. This race skip is way easier.
Oh no! I turned way too early.
Yeah.
There we go. That one should be good.
The race skip here is way easier, way easier due to a checkpoint manip. Essentially what happens here is that Jura is blowing themselves up in a spot that's like, I can't use hand motions because I'm not on camera, but it's yay big. So you can just crash into this wall 3 times and that's it. That's literally it. You crash into this wall 3 times, and you go backwards, and the race is over.
Much like Barlow, it's just you're just triggering the game into thinking that you've completed a lap, but thankfully for all of us runners, it is way more free than Barlow is. It is not.
I thought you were going to do a
perfect.
camera proxy there. I was going to be like, no, please.
No.
No more. You're torturing me. Now we have the charge boots. Charge boots are absolutely crazy. Very lots of things to explain, but essentially there's a good showcase of things you can do here with it. You can long jump in the air with it with speed, so that's insane for covering distance. You can fly up hills. You can do kind of what the camera proxy was, but at will with the boots. You can go into the sky really high, which we're going to see in a second. He waits for the guy to die, gets a cycle here, hits him off. And then right here, he's going to be charging into a swing shot node with speed. And there you go. And then this gives us like insane height, right? And so now we're well above the skybox. Not above the skybox, but we're really high up. And we're going to be landing on top of this roof that has collision for some reason. And doing a wacky little set of movement.
Oh no!
You didn't get the checkpoint. No,
that was, oof, that was brutal.
Yeah, that's really
right,
painful.
We just got to go back and do it again.
Yeah,
Nah,
Ratchet deaths are not very fast. There's a lot of points in Ratchet where if you die, you are losing upwards of like at minimum like a minute plus, and it's just over. So, he's got to do that whole sequence over again. He doesn't have to get the bolt again because luckily that saves the game saves every time you grab a bolt. So he's gonna do that super. If you liked that, well, here it is again. So that's nice. The trick here is to just go neutral, and then as soon as he glides here, he's gonna swing up into the air, which tricks the lock-on system. Oh, he gets the 1 frame. Nice.
All right, cool. See, that's the game's way of apologizing. It just gives me mid-air charge when I'm down bad, and I'll take it.
Yeah, nice.
There we go. Now we get the checkpoint and we're good to go.
Yeah, so at the top of a swing shot thing, you can kind of act out of it.
And I'll miss the bolt,
but it's fine. It's fine.
I can just go back up and get it.
Yeah, really.
No problem.
You can act out of it, so you can like swing the wrench, and you have 1 frame in all of the wrench swing animation to charge out of it. So he mashes charge and prays. There is no essential method to it, besides just praying that you get it after you mash. But yeah, so he got it. Nice.
There we go.
Very nice.
Now we start cleanup.
Yeah, so we got to go back and get all the bolts, kind of like we did in Rack 1, but actually in a way more... we got to go to way more levels. So we're going to Uzla, which we forgot 2 bolts. They take about, I think, 40 seconds to get total, plus like 16 for the load, 15, something like that. And... yeah, so basically the charge boots are absolutely broken now, and they destroy levels. So earlier today we were just hopping around, but now we can proxy up this fence, land on an out-of-bounds mountain, jump in the air there, do this wacky series of movement to get on more out-of-bounds mountains, long jump in the air with a ton of speed, and we are at this incredibly obscure bolt. The casual way is so dumb. So dumb. But, yeah, there we go, we did it. And now we have 1 more bolt, which this one... are you going to be getting the tractor beam?
I am not.
Okay,
but cool. I am going to be doing the speed clip here, which is another difference between our runs. You do another proxy.
Yeah, I do another proxy here to get to the thing. Dura's going to be doing a speed clip. I do the proxy, which avoids this like guy who wants to sell you something, and I hate being sold things, so I don't talk to him.
Oh, he can give me his sales pitch. I'm not buying the tractor beam. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I don't even want to hear the sales pitch. I don't have enough people knocking at my door to sell stuff. So.
Oh, of course we got a bonk on the light post, the classic. And I'm going to take a second here before I get on the ship because my game likes to crash here. But we're fine. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, so we skipped the tractor beam. There is one use for it in the entire run. Potentially more, but no, probably never. The use for it here in this run is to make a bolt later on in the game easier, but I don't think we ever need that anymore. So
Forgot to switch backs there.
Jura's gonna probably do his favorite technique on Yule anyway.
Oh yeah.
This is in Daco too. This is brand new. This is a wacky little set of movement to get a bolt that we skipped earlier.
Ooh.
I absolutely hate this revisit, by the way.
This one can be a little finicky. You gotta be in just the right spot to get that charge.
Absolutely annoying. But yeah, we're doing little proxies, so we're gaining little height exploits by throwing the decoy right before we bonk. You got hit by a car, of course. And then we're landing on this texture, which has like a little bit of time for you to charge. And then boom, we get the bolt out of bounds here. And now we're locked in a room, but of course we have the decoy glove and the bomb glove, which both have good ways of killing ourselves with. We can clip out or we can just bomb ourselves to death, but obviously clipping out is way faster.
Oh, I walked in the wrong direction.
Someone might have to.
Skill issue. Uh-oh. Now we're fine.
There we go. Nice. I was about to say, please don't.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
It's very awkward, especially in a tight room like that.
Yeah, I wasn't worried at all.
No, not one bit. I don't even know what's next. What, Tabora? Yeah.
Going on
Barlow. You're going to Barlow now. Oh my gosh. I've been doing this route for like 4 days and I don't even remember. I'm sorry.
Same.
But, yeah, Barlow is another revisit that was faster with the pack at one point, but then we were like, what if we used the charge boots to do this? And then awesome. So now we
and of course the dog wants to get in my way.
Purple dinos instead.
Oh,
I hate those dinos. They're so ugly.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go for the backup proxy because that one was not agreeing with me.
Yeah.
There we go.
So this is another one of those really, really bizarre hidden bolts. Some of these are like game guide required bolts, I would call them. Like, how are you meant to get this? Like the one on Uzla, you have to revisit the level or at least finish the second objective, and then a dino appears that takes you to the bolt. So like, how are you supposed to know that? I don't know. The game doesn't tell you.
And then I forgot I was on my last decoy, so I just got to go the other way.
Oh, you don't have any more decoys?
I was on my last one. But I'm going to reload here before we go to Tabora, because I am going to need some decoys there. In fact, I'm going to fill up on everything, just to make sure I'm topped off.
Nice. You need to keep your ammo up all the time. Ammo routing and bolt routing and XP routing is always important, even to the very last 2 levels. Like, if your XP routing is bad early on, or money routing is like a little bit bad, Jura plays it a little bit safer with at least money that I know. And sometimes it's easy just to buy ammo. Ammo buying is kind of slow, but like, you know, you only have to really worry about it at top level. It's better just to have it than to not have it, you know. Overall, you want to have like as minimum buys as possible with the vendor, and you want to have like just enough money to buy everything in the vendor as well. So you want to have like routing where you don't need to get as many things and you don't need to buy as many things as possible. Anyway, wacky series of movement where he's going to be clipping out of bounds to get the other 2 bolts. Nothing you haven't seen before, minus Jura attempted a different type of camera proxy, but now Jura's going to be going out in the desert where most people would normally leave. Jura left the 1 bolt. And
we got to take the swag car
thing. Yeah. This is the Raritanium Miner, an absolute like meme car. It's just like useless pretty much. But the one thing with it is that because of the way this works, it'll collect the bolt with no animation, which is kind of neat. Oh, you're not doing the swag card death?
Oh no, I just charged back to the end. What is the swag card death? Am I not in the loop on something? Because
if you drive the car into the lava and then you get out of it, it'll warp Ratchet to the ground.
Interesting.
It's like tied to Ratchet.
I never knew. See, you learn something new every day.
Yeah.
I'll have to try that out.
We used to do that. That was the old strat, is to get in the car. But yeah. The Raritanium miner, it's really slow and kind of useless and really buggy, so no good reason to use it, really. It can crash the game later on, too, which is very silly. Now, this is the last revisit we have to do. At least traditional revisits as we go. The last bolt we're missing is... Oh, no, what is he doing? Are you going on the left route here?
Yes.
Okay.
Just another slight difference. There's a big difference between our routes, especially with all the new stuff that's been found recently. And
yeah,
can I get through the wall? There we go.
I'm just worried about some more camera clips I don't know about and seeing something very silly and being like, oh no, here we go. So, like, I don't want to have to relearn this level and stuff if something's like a second faster. I just don't want to. So.
Dabo 2 is still optimal for your route, I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Unless some new stuff gets found, you never know.
Well, it'd be really hard because the money routing would be crazy. I have no clue what it'd be like. I tried. I got it within like 5 seconds at one point, but like it just does not work out. Anyway, so Jura's going to be doing this weird series of movement. We didn't get the glider on Tabora, if you didn't realize, which is another one of those weird gadgets. And what happens here is that we do this weird out of bounds movement, which gives us the bolt. And then we death abuse after touching this trigger. And that makes it so that like a teleporter spawns and tricks us to going to the end. I don't know. Things happen so fast in this category, especially like the route hurting my brain. Really confusing. So,
Yeah.
so like I'm trying, but it's just so confusing what's happening. It's just nothing like what I do.
With a game that's as fast-paced as this one, commentary can be a bit of a challenge, for sure.
The
got the 2-drop.
Yeah, so this is another ship level. This one is probably the best design, but we throw all that design out the window since we have nuke and lasers, which are absolutely busted. The nuke is insane for missions because it is a very good screen clear. And you can see, I think he has 20 enemies on this, and he's down to 4. If you get a perfect angle here, you can get
this, man? There we go.
You can get all of them killed in one bomb, which saves an astronomical amount of time. So you can see where running this on a console without this is just incredibly slow. So sadly, PS3 probably won't have too much of a chance in this for a long time. But anyway, this is the... Ooh, a 7-drop. Very nice.
Yeah.
The comm gold for this is really annoying because you can get nuke ammo, but it's like insanely rare. Or at least rare enough to where like you're not going to get it most runs. And
once in a blue moon.
Yeah, I get 0 drop and nuke drop on my comm gold, so it's like, well, not beating that. It's also in my world record right now, so it's like, well, that's awful to run against. So
I'm gonna miss a ring. Oh no, we're good. Yeah, that's my one biggest weakness in this game is I am notoriously bad at the ship races.
Yeah, these are insanely difficult to control. These take a lot of patience on both learning and restraint from trying to go too fast. There's also a little bit of lag in this one where you get kind of extended directions, which can be really strange to like control. If you've ever done this and tried to go fast, you understand exactly what I mean. But these were both the hell of a childhood and a hell of a current man as well. It is not too fun to do once you get back on it, especially on, old TVs where newer TVs where the response times aren't as nice. If you're playing a PS2 game on them, I know a lot of people when they revisit these games, they try and play them and like plug them into their current TV, and then it has a ton of input lag, and And they're like, wow, this looks worse and feels worse. It's like, no, you're gonna play it on the old TVs. You're gonna play it on old TVs or get like a retro tank or an HD adapter or something, man.
All right, time for Tando. This is where I either sink or swim.
Yeah.
This one's not too bad of a planet, but again, say the line, Bart. It's easy to screw up if you're not careful.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna need to retry that proxy real quick.
This is one of those planets that everybody likes to learn, and it's fun at least, though. So, like, even though it's hard, it's fun. So,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're doing the old.
I'm doing the classic strat.
Yeah.
There we go.
Which is not too much different, so it's nothing crazy. Oh, you do my clip too.
Yes. This one I found very consistent and very easy. So, thank you for that.
That's why I do it as well.
Yes.
It's not like the other one is. I can't tell if it's slower or faster. It's just good enough. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this planet's very cool. There's a few cool skips here. Are you doing poking?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh. Thankfully, if you don't get all the height you need up this mountain, there are backups, and we'll see if I can even. Oh yeah, if I charge off that, I'm gonna die. So we're just gonna play it safe. Take that up
I actually
one more
didn't know this backup. I'll have to write that one down.
Yeah, dude. It's very helpful. You just gotta get that setup lined up, and then you just throw a bomb to the right, and you're good to go.
Yeah. This this little sequence of movement was one of my favorite things about running this category for the first time. You almost got shot there, dodged it barely.
And that dude's a one hit. If you get hit by him, it's game over.
Yeah.
And you gotta start
doing
all
this
the way back here.
out of order, making my head hurt again.
I'm sorry, Manto.
Yeah. I mean, you're doing everything in such a weird order, you're confusing me. It's just so difficult. Jura's doing a wacky little thing. This is meant to be, you're meant to throw one of like the gadgets through this vent, but Ratchet actually fits in it somehow. And then you just, you touch your hand in here, which skips the animation. I don't know, it's the only bolt that does that. The only one. But it works, so that's nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so difficult to explain some of this stuff because just like the actual like levels are just so complicated. Especially when you keep doing them in such a weird order. You're throwing me a loop.
See, that was my goal going into this. I gotta confuse Mr. Mantodia. That's just the move today.
It's mental flashbang run. Yeah, this
I'm pretty
that
sure
level
from
is
here
really
on
fun to learn.
From here on, it follows your route, so I'm not going to throw you too many more curveballs.
Cool. The
How am I on decoys? I'm good.
The next level is also one of my favorites. Well, at least to learn. I don't love it as much anymore, but it's very fun. The movement's really cool. Like that sequence of flips is awesome. That skips, believe it or not, like a minute and a half of content. At least for like doing it quickly. Getting past that gate that's normally locked requires like a whole underground section. That's kind of neat, actually. And so we skip getting the levitator there, and then we go out of bounds, and we skip using the spider bot here, and then we cut the level in half by going through a wall here, which has a bolt that's just kind of floating on a floating platform here. I don't know why it's there. It looks really goofy, actually. Then we grab it, and that's it. Wow. Last strat here, though, is really wacky to get the last bolt. So there is an entire left section, which is pretty much meant as like kind of a red herring that leads to the Insomniac Museum, which is like an extra planet. But they left a little bit of a hole here, which you can hyperstrike clip through, and then grab this bolt that's normally teased at you when you walk the casual route. But if you go through the back entrance, you can grab the bolt and then leave, so you don't have to do anything on this level, pretty much. We skipped the Magna Boots as well earlier, which means that we had to play this level like that, or else we couldn't finish it. But yeah, there's so much stuff that we're skipping and we're going over that's so fast that it's just so hard to explain. We just have to move on, or else, like, you know, we'll be stuck there forever. Well, here's Clank, another Clank section. This one is forcefully upon us, so we have to do this. We skip getting the hammer bot, we jump through this box, and then we're going to be using the camera to clip us through this wall. So this is another form of camera clips, but this is the earlier iteration, which is Clank clips. We skip using the gadget bots again and the hammer bot again, and then we go to this door and we.
Oop.
Well, we sadly
Gotta
get
give that
through.
one another
but
try.
This is the hardest Clank clip in the game, in my opinion. None of them are too hard, but this is definitely the most difficult.
This one usually doesn't give me too much trouble, but it's acting up today, it seems.
Yeah, this is one of those, like, if you didn't practice
There we
it,
go.
you're just screwed, you know,
Yeah.
when you get back into runs. This is a camera proxy as Clank as well. So yeah, they did exist for Clank as well for some reason. So Clank punches the camera, which flings him into the air. And then one more, and then he's through the door. Wow! So we didn't have to use gadget bots at all to get through the section, which is really neat. And now we're Ratchet again.
Oh, I'm gonna need some more decoys, so
All
just gonna
right.
grab those right quick. Fill up on bombs while I'm at it. Try not to get shot by that guy who has just freaking aimbot.
Yeah, as
Oh.
we've now been, jeez, as we've now been like rushing through the game. Just place
Yeah.
a decoy down at spawn. The
Oh yeah. There we go.
as we now been rushing through the game, everything one-shots us, so we have to be kind of careful at some points. Or we'll just get killed instantly. Lots of little cool, neat movement there. We skipped a Magna Boots path again, so we don't have those, so we just charge boot across the gap. I thought you were going to do Clank too. I was about to throw up.
No. Just
Or
I just missed the
or
turn.
some wacky camera proxy stuff. So this is all really complicated, and I wanted to give him a second because it does take a little bit of focus. Very cool skip coming up. Probably my favorite in the entire run in a second. But essentially, he steps on one of the Clank sections, like roofs, and then does the side flip off and then lands out of bounds. And then what he does here is he gets onto this platform, and since we have the levitator, we can just use the platform without Clank, which just makes Ratchet fly, which is my favorite skip in the entire run.
My man just
it
goes
looks-
full spread eagle.
Yeah, he really does just like
Beautiful.
put out his hands and start flying. It's my favorite visual skip in the run. It just looks so goofy. But yeah, you can use the levitator without Clank, which is very cool. And we touch a trigger and then we get out. Let's see if he does the camera proxy, or is he just gonna go for the SI?
I'm going for the SI.
Yeah, this is Hell SI. This is the worst SI in the game. It's very weird because every SI kind of requires a sloped surface, but this is a fully vertical line. And when you high jump into it, you do get a little bit of height, which gives you enough to get on top of this box thing and then jump up and get out of here. And now we're on the final ship level. Woo!
Woo!
Yay! Yeah, the CBD corn dogs. The CBD corn dog skip, as it's been named. Now we're on to Gorn, though. The wackiness of this level is that it actually doesn't have a lot of those like little ship levels. That actually we're fighting like these semi-boss ships, but the main thing to note here is that the lasers are absolutely busted for this, and they are doing the bulk of the damage here. They are like 4 times as good as the normal lasers. It is actually insane how much they do. And then right here, we're going to be using the nukes to just clear out 32 ships in one go. And it's so efficient in terms of money that we can just, do it again and pretty much lose, like, what? I think I
Like a
told it out to be
second?
3 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I have no clue what the Rowdy's going for is here, so we're just going to watch.
My one drop
but
is... Oof. We're going to see if we can hit one cycle.
The way this skip works is that essentially the ship comes into points of tangibility of being able to be hit and not hit, called Ghost Ship, and the goal is to 1 cycle, but sadly he did not end up getting 1 cycle, which is fine. The ship comes tangible again. He should be able to kill it. There we go. Nice and easy. But yeah, so that's like the only boss in the ship levels. It's not too bad. It's just you gotta have a setup for it, and you'll be good. I've never seen Jura's setup before. Do you normally get that? Does that work out for you normally?
Most of the time, yes. Sometimes, it's especially. Oh, I'm gonna miss a ring. Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's okay.
Talking moment. No, but most of the time, if it fails, it's because my missile lock-on went onto one of the small ships and it lost focus on the ghost ship, so I miss a missile hit.
Yeah.
And then, so yeah, it's just that little extra bit of damage loss that makes me need to go for the second cycle.
I'm pretty sure that the missile is so like low in damage. It is literally like 2 laser bullets are the equivalent of a missile. It is
Really?
that low. But that can be as much of a difference. I've literally had multiple times where 1 bullet of a laser is enough to make the difference between me getting it and me not getting it. Like I finish the phase and I fire 1 bullet at it and it dies. I'm like, okay. But yeah, the lasers are that good. They are ridiculously overpowered. Ridiculously overpowered. They're pretty much the sole reason why we can save so much time. The nuke is also ridiculously overpowered, and those are the only 2 you need. If we had to get 1 more upgrade, we would get the extra boost.
Missiles.
No, we'd probably get the boost.
Oh,
Yeah, the
I
fast
usually
lock
get the
missiles are good, but the ability to just get the missiles for just Harugus would be nice. If not, the idea that we could just get nuke ammo and get lucky. Because the boost is guaranteed time save, and the fast lock on missiles can be negated by just getting lucky. So optimally, you would get the boost, I think. But practically, you could get either. It depends on how you feel and how good you are at racing. Jura's going to be buying the shield, which gives him an easier Snivelak. There is a route called Shieldless you can do, which I don't do personally. Also, Jura's going to be probably doing, if I had to guess, yes, he's going to be doing my good old-fashioned, I found this strat, the slingshot upwarps bolt grab, which is a little weird, but the goal is to just fling upwards, and then you're so high up, you're on top of the building where you get the puzzle finish, so you don't have to do any parkour. It's like a 2D section here for some reason, and you can negate that by just doing that. There you go. Now, this is the hardest boss in the series, in my opinion. Like, actually. Or at least the most annoying and underwhelming one. Uh-oh.
I had to throw one more wrench in.
We had to squeeze one more in. There we go.
I might squeeze a couple in after this. We'll see what happens.
Let's see. Let's hope poking goes well. I'm not sure what Jura does here for poking. Uh-oh.
So, yeah, it looks like he broke that bridge, so we're going to have to go over to this one, which is fine because I'm more partial to this bridge anyway. He's a lot less likely to break it. He does...
Yeah.
The first bridge really doesn't like me, which is unfortunate because it's the optimal one, but we're only losing a few seconds here, and then we just got to shoot him in the nether regions.
Yeah, this skip is... yeah, so his legs have overlapping hitboxes, and the crotch is the weak point here. Yeah, you're doing like a ton of damage, and he's also hitting himself as you do this. And yes, I am being honest with you. The crotch is the weak point. If you shoot him in the foot or you shoot him in the head, it does less damage. Right there is the optimal damage spot. And yeah, that's it. You just shoot him there, and he hits himself with the laser beam attack coming down on him, and he dies really quickly. And it's not too bad. The other alternative strat is sheep hitting him, which is a little slower, and we also have to get something onto Tadana, which is slower. But yeah, it's very funny. Anyway, yeah, you should have bought the Walloper for him. This next level is on a timed cycle, which unfortunately I think Jura has just missed.
Yeah,
his cycle.
I'm missing the ship.
Yeah,
oh, that's fine.
This is one of the more choke heavy, difficult planets in the run, so understandable. there is a time cycle of a ship that just went over his head to the right. That essentially what it does is it carries Ratchet towards the end of the level. It's really sick. You can ride the ship all the way to the end where something is. You have to do a really cool series of movements here. It's very tough. It's definitely something that most people choke at the end game, but you know, that's just how it is. But it's very sick. We're still one of the coolest levels in the game. Drew is going to be doing a little bit of invisible movement here, but nothing too crazy. He's getting a bolt that is another one of those. You got to read the game magazines to get the bolt. Uh-oh.
I had to throw another one at you.
Yeah, you know what? This one actually doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, you do that one. That one's easy, and it gets you right up here.
Yeah, I just don't know if it would be faster, but like it definitely looks like a good alternative.
There's a lot here that still needs to be timed, because this is all brand new movement, but I don't know. How am I on nukes? Okay.
So since he's so late, he can either get a one frame or glide for 30 seconds, so we'll see.
Looks like we're going for the glide, and we can just...
You could also catch the slow ship.
We can watch the ship leave us. Yeah, slow ship is going to be off to my right, but we're going to see if I'm even able to reach that one. We can just watch this guy sail off into the distance.
Yeah, so this is what happens if you miss the cycle. Ratchet has to just glide, or you can catch the slow cycle, which is to his right.
Let's see if I can... Let's see if I have
I think he actually is luckily slow enough, which is the strangest thing to say, to catch it where he can touch it. Pretty much everything in these games have collision due to the Visibomb being in the game. So the Visibomb is a little rocket that flies around the levels, and it's insane for the time that it exists. It's essentially a free cam tool you can use on any of the levels, and you can kill any of the things that, you know, it has to touch collision on a lot of the buildings, so they have to texture them, right? So they had to pretty much texture things that shouldn't be textured. That's why we can go to bounds so easily. Also, other little things like if there has to be like a levitator or a ship section here, we have to add collision so the ship can...
For some reason, my brain always expects me to respawn right here by the ship, so I always forget. I gotta go through that teleporter. Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
But yeah, I'm good. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm good. But anyway, yeah. Another read the game magazine bolt. There actually is an item that lets you see some of the bolt locations, but like even getting to them can be a challenge sometimes. You gotta like figure it out and test things out. Oh no, where is he going?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, there is a bit more that I do different than you.
Yeah.
So this is more like intermediate friendly, because the proxy you got to do over there, it's really easy to kind of hit your head and miss it a lot. Whereas
yeah, that's a tough proxy.
I like to go this route. You get to go on the swag rail.
Wait, well, you get to go on swag rail on both, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just one's a little...
This one's my swag rail.
Yeah. Your side of the swag rail.
Yeah. See, I am a left side damosel enjoyer.
This is the another use of a hyperstrike clip. On certain like surfaces, you can hyperstrike so fast into things that you forcefully go through the object. So right there's a thin enough wall that Ratchet can hyperstrike through and get the bolt, which is kind of interesting just to see. Some of the walls are so thin for seemingly no reason, but yeah, it's pretty neat. The little strat there, and then there's a little fish thing here that normally you have to do this whole puzzle for, but you can just kind of fly through it since we have this the in the air long jump glove.
And we gotta check out the Jack and Daxter reference real quick.
Ah, yes.
Sorry.
I love that cutscene so much.
Yeah, it's very cute. They get the hypnomatic part and they do the
and I get put in jail for a second.
Dance.
There we go. Okay.
Oh yeah, someone asked if the hover bomb is still optimal. Yeah, it is. It's just we don't get it in this category because it's like $1 bajillion, and which we could afford actually, but it's expensive and it takes forever to level. And by the time we would be able to level it, the run would be over. So you know, we don't end up getting it. What we do end up getting instead is the spider bot, which is very nice and helpful for damage on the final boss, which we will use. And I just told you leveling stuff is really slow, but there actually is a good way to get levels that I found on this planet that really help this category. Actually, I'm very glad I found that by complete accident. Kind of. The leveling up thing was found to me in a dream, which I don't want to get into, but like I literally like woke up in a cold sweat and tested it. So I was just thinking about it in my sleep, I guess. But the spider bot stacking thing is really neat. We'll be showing that off later.
Yes,
But,
and an
yeah,
unironic epilepsy warning for anybody in the crowd. The final boss gets very flashy and very bright, so just wanted to throw that out there just in case, you know?
Yeah.
It
Always gotta
looks
make sure
cool,
that is.
but we don't want anybody getting flashed too much, you know?
Yeah, I actually don't look at the screen when I do it because I have mild sensitivity to flashing lights. Like I get like a headache.
Yeah. Luckily, it's one of those tricks that once you set it up, you don't have to worry about looking at the screen. You can just go ahead and do it.
Yeah,
And,
sometimes I literally will just like not feel good after a set of runs if I look at it. Like legitimately, I'll be like, "All right, guys, I don't feel good,"
Yeah.
and then like, "That's it." But you know, it's not too long. It's literally like 15 seconds, so you're not losing that much. Luckily, if you don't look at it, you'll be fine. But anyway, here another Hyperstrike clip on a very minor, thin thing that is called the locker room clip because the runner's name is Lox, who found it, and that's his only strat. So a little goofy clip to get into this area where you normally need to swim up. But yeah, there we go. Nice job. We have 3 bolts left, 1 more on this level, and then we have to upgrade the spider bot.
Yeah, in fact,
The
I am gonna do a quick sanity check before we continue, but continue. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. The spider bot is there's a weird thing happening right here. So the reason we reload is not just because we're stuck, right? We could get out of that. But the reason we reload is because the level changes when you reload. And one of the things that changes is the XP economy. And this is very important to note. I found this myself when I was routing, but then we data mined it and found the exact numbers, so I have them. Essentially, the XP is multiplied 2.5 times its normal amount, and these guys are already some of the best XP in the game. So that's why we can level this up so quickly. Jura's taken it kind of safe for a marathon, but it is really nice that these guys give so much XP, especially so late in the game when we absolutely need this XP. There we go, and he skips the animation by holding the wrench out. And there we go, spider bot. Nice. Now that we have the spider bot upgraded, we can exploit one of its more buggy qualities, that it doesn't have a fire rate cap at all. Normally we use the mini nuke to kind of destroy some of the bosses, but you have to do a tech there. This one they just forgot to add one, and we're coming up on the final level now. So there's about 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. So, and then time. Hopefully. If
We're
things
gonna
go
see
right.
how Yeetle goes.
Yeah. That's just a guesstimate. I don't know how long your Yeetles actually take. Comgold's kind of crazy, and
That's
it's
a great
not my
question.
own, so.
Also prepare to be mildly disappointed, Manto. I'm sorry, I gotta do it.
Oh, you're going on the grind boots. Are you going to do the infinite hurt, please?
Oh,
No.
I can. Oh, I can do it. Here, let's take it. Let's take it for another spin. Why don't we?
All right, let's see. You got the slow hurt.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah,
There's
there's
a little
a
glitch where you
bug
can just-
there that's one of my favorite. If Ratchet gets stuck at the bottom there, he will get hurt like 100 times a second, and it's very funny looking. It's one of my favorite skips. But right there, if the alternative is the slow hurt, where he just takes pain very slowly, and I like that one too. It's very funny.
I am not getting this pause tech. Hold up.
Another
There
big
we
route
go.
difference. This is actually my favorite exterior in the game, so it's very fitting that we do a little different. I hope he at least does this. Oh, nice! At least. Nice. You at least did an alternatively cool thing. I really like that movement in the exterior. That camera clip is very satisfying. And then here we go. This is the last area. This is the last bolt as well. Dura's going to be placing a decoy here to cut the level in half. Very, very precise trick here. Oh, okay. He does the thing. He's going to be doing a new camera clip. I actually do know this one. And he's going to be... Ooh. He's going to be grabbing this bolt that normally requires the grind boots and the tractor beam. And that's it. That's all 40 bolts. And just going to have to get across this gap here. And we're home free pretty much.
All right,
Seizure
so
warning
time's
coming up very soon. And time
Seizure
is also
warning
coming up.
and timer pause in just a second. You can
Alright,
tell when
so-
it's going to be. It's just whenever the health bar gets down to 0.
Yeah. So right here, he has to pretty much make it so that the protopet throws up the little babies it spawns or whatever off a cliff, which never lets him hit a required amount that he needs on the stage. And now that he's kind of stuck in place, we can keep him on the same stage the entire time. And we deal damage so fast, he never has time to react and break the floor beneath us. So he's going to be spewing out lots and lots and lots of damage here. The fire rate cap is unlimited, so he can just literally spam X as fast as he humanly can.
And
Time.
time.
There we go.
There we go.
Ratchet and Clank 2
Nice.
APB.
Ratchet 2 done. 40 more to go.
I believe that was like a 120.
Yes. And of course,
That's not too bad. I think, is that your PB?
I don't know. I don't have the timer, so I'll have to look at it, but we'll see.
That
If that's PB, that would be pretty cool.
I think that was like a 120, yeah, so...
Okay, so
Yeah,
it was like a minute or two off of PB.
Yeah, it was
Man,
like a
if it weren't-
121.
If it weren't for that Joba, oof.
Yeah, dying on Joba again, like those big deaths can just really end a run. Like a minute and 20 is just a ridiculous amount of time to lose into one level from one mistake. So sometimes things can be really punishing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
All right. Well, thank you very much, Manto, for taking the time to be here and commentating. It was great to have you.
nice to have you too. I mean, good run and good luck on Ratchet 3.
Oh, yes. Ooh,
right.
is going to be fun.
That's the one you're going to need more luck on.
I'm going to get humbled.
All right. Best of luck
All right.
to you.
Thank you
All
much.
right.
Yeah.
We are going to take a quick break, everybody, while we get ready for the final game of the trilogy. Just a quick reminder before we go to our break. If you missed out on any of our other Hotfix shows or our past events like Flame Fatales, you can go check out the VODs over at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We'll be back in just a few minutes here with the third of the trilogy. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are showcasing some of the longer Ratchet and Clank categories. We are doing original trilogy, all special bolts. We are here for the third of the trilogy. I'll hand it over, let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. Well, you guys, I've been talking for the last couple of hours, so I'm not going to do much of that right now, but I did want to thank Scott Abozo for coming in and doing commentary today. Absolutely insane Ouya runner. Go check out some of his stuff. He has record in a lot of categories, insane movement, very deep knowledge about this game. Scotto, what is up?
Not much, honestly. I mean, this run is going to be great. Ouya is a really hard game. Ouya, of course, being short for Up Your Arsenal. This game is really difficult, and you're going to be seeing it very early on in the run. So, whenever you want to get started.
Chuya is a fella. All right. And same as the first two games, I'm just going to give you a little countdown from 5 whenever it's time. And we're going to unpause the timer.
Yep, whenever you're ready.
All right. Just got to get through this loading screen. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately on the PS3 you have to wait through 4 of these ship loading screens.
3, 2, 1, resume.
And here we go. First things first, Jira's going to be swapping his pack to the thruster pack. As Manto mentioned in the previous game, the thruster pack has a higher base speed when you're using it normally without the charge boots. So it's going to be our main form of movement until we get the charge boots. And we're just going to be running through Veldin. This is the first level in the game. As always, the first level's a tutorial planet with no collectibles. We just want to get through it as quick as we can.
Get a little bit of weapon XP in the process.
Yeah, we're using the Shock Blaster, which is our new starting weapon in this game. And this is going to become extremely overpowered later in the run.
Oh, don't fall
but
off the
for now,
bridge.
it's just a little shotgun that we're going to use to get some XP so that it can become overpowered later. Here we get introduced to the Rangers and we have our first free fall. These are just little sections in the game. There's, I don't know, like 4 or 5 of them that we'll have to do where you have to dodge missiles. But luckily on Veldin, they made it so easy. The missiles are up there and you literally cannot get hit by them without something going wrong. So now Jira's going to be getting ready for a pack switch long jump. And I say Up Your Arsenal is one of the harder games to run because the frame windows for these are actually a little bit tighter than they are in the previous games. But hopefully, Jira gets that second try and camera clips right through the wall. Very nice. So now we have to do a long jump to skip this bridge. And there we go. That's Veldin. Very well done.
Right. And thankfully for Up Your Arsenal, unlike Rack 2, the charge boots aren't halfway into the game, so we get them pretty early on. And then we get to unlock all the movement options fairly quickly, within the first 20 minutes or so, I'd say.
So yeah, here we are on Florana. Now it's time to start getting some titanium bolts. First one is off to the left here. I'm going to be going down the main path for a little bit. Then we're going to jump in the water and we're going to do a little tricky wrench SI on the slope here. This is harder than it looks, but Jira nails it. Let's go. So that's bolt number 81.
81. Count them.
Now we're just going to jump into the water and go back to the start because, thankfully, the bridge here has a little hole in it that you can just slip through. And now we're at the end of the level. Well, not the end, the halfway point in the level. Now we have to do the Path of Death. So we're going to be dodging these boulders, killing some of these enemies to get more XP on the Shock Blaster. Grab the 80-second bolt right here. And luckily we're not doing a category where you have to get the skill points. Luckily, because it can be really annoying to get through the Path of Death without taking damage, as that's one of the skill points in the game. But this is just all titanium bolts. We don't have to worry about that.
Avoided the damage on the obstacle course there, but Yeah, the enemies there, they had different plans for me.
Now we're going to come up on the
Going
Quark fight here.
Right into the fire.
So what Jura's going to do is he's going to buy ammo so that the ammo boxes only drop nitro launcher ammo, because the nitro launcher is really fast to kill Quark here. But once he's expended all of his nitro launcher ammo, he's going to swap to the shock blaster to get it some more experience, because that's pretty much the only weapon we're going to be trying to level up in this run, until the very end where we get the flux rifle. So now we're heading to the Phoenix. This is going to be sort of a hub world that we go back to every now and then to get new missions. And our first mission is going to be to put Quark in a cage and visit the leaders of the ship to get our next mission. We just got to do some nice thruster pack movement over to the left here. A nice little cutscene. Head back, take the little lift here to get to the bridge. And we're going to be doing a very silly death abuse. See, this game is very, very cautious about not letting you get soft locked. So if it sees that you're gliding in the same place for 5 seconds and then you let go of X, it'll just instantly kill you and make you go back to your checkpoint. So Jura glides there for 5 seconds, releases X, and bam, he's back at the ship. And that's going to be a repeating theme throughout the run. Like, half the time when we go to the Phoenix, we're going to be doing that.
Yep, now we're off to Marcadia. We're going to get some good old-fashioned XP for our shock cannon. We're trying to get as close to fully leveled up as possible by the time we finish this planet. Because ideally, we want to be fully leveled up by the time we finish Annihilation Nation.
Yep. So Marcadia, we have a pretty standard section here, but after this we're going to be doing 5 different ranger missions, and by the end of them you're going to be like about halfway through level 4, which he's at level 2 right now on his shock blaster. And you'll also see he got the jackpot crate earlier. That gives him the 2x bolts, as you can see in the top right. It also doubles the amount of XP you get from killing enemies, so that'll help with upgrading the weapons as well.
Going out of my way. Some people skip these enemies, but I like to get the little extra bit of XP just to play it safe.
Yeah, there's always a little trade-off when you're going through this section. You can either hang back, go a little slower, get more enemies with the 2x, or you can go a little faster and try to get the later enemies with the 2x. And so it generally evens out.
There is just no worse feeling than finishing Annihilation Nation and not having it leveled, and you got to go into another challenge just to get it up there. But we're looking pretty good on XP.
Yep, we're into the first ranger mission, and this one, saucers will be infinitely respawning, and Jura's going to be trying to farm those while also progressing the mission as quickly as possible. As you can see, some of the saucers will spawn little ankle biter enemies. Those guys are going to be really good for XP. It's a lot more efficient to kill the ankle biters than it is to just kill the saucers, because they spawn 4 of them.
Oh,
there's
all right,
the
and we're
upgrade.
leveling up to number 3.
We made it to level 3. So yeah, these ranger missions are kind of a more chill, laid-back part of the run at the beginning. There's a lot of like detail-oriented stuff you could try to do, but that's not super important until you get to the very top level. For now, you're just going to kill everything and try and do it fast. And then at the end of every ranger mission, Jura is going to be jumping into the mud. This is because the mission accomplished screen you saw at the bottom there, that just sticks around for like 3-4 seconds. But if you jump into the mud, you can get ready for the next mission just a little bit faster. So yeah, we're on to mission 2. There are going to be 5 ranger missions in this section, with the third and, well, with pretty much all of them being slightly different. But this one's very simple. You're just going to be killing the enemies that come out of the ship. There's going to be a couple saucers that spawn. But it doesn't matter how quickly you kill the saucers. All that matters is that you kill everything out of the ship relatively quickly. So you saw Jura there. He waited for that saucer to spawn the angle biters just to get a little bit more XP out of it. And there's absolutely no time lost to doing that. So that's just the correct play every single time. So after these 2 guys finish their death animation, there's going to be 2 more saucers at each end of the map. And then there's going to be a ship that spawns 3 laser enemies in the middle, up right on top of the rangers. And then the end of the mission is as soon as you kill the last one. Now we're hopping into mission 3, which is the most difficult one. This is where you control the turret, and your goal is to shoot down the dropships. And the reason it's so difficult is because, for one, you have to lead your shots really well. And for 2, the ships sometimes have kind of annoying invincibility frames once you hit them. So when they're flying towards you, you might be shooting too fast to actually get all of your hits in. So yeah, there's about 6 ships you have to shoot down. And after that, this terrible, super annoying mission is going to be over. So yeah, you can see it's really hard to line up your shots correctly, and it looked like he was hitting the ship perfectly there, but because of the garbage invincibility frames they have, like, very few of those hits were landing. So now we're on to mission 4. This is where you can take a moment to relax, grab a snack, grab some water, stay hydrated. Because we're just going to be killing enemies for 2 minutes and hopefully getting our shock blaster up to V4. We have some nice long jump into backflip action right there. Very obscure movement tech that is not useful in the slightest.
But sometimes when you're waiting for the enemies, you just gotta do a couple of gainers.
Yeah, my favorite's always to do the thruster pack high jumps, because there is a tiny chance, fun fact, every time you do a thruster pack high jump, there's a small chance that Ratchet will say, yeah, or woo-hoo-hoo. So that's one of my favorites to do, but everyone has their own thing that they like to do when they're waiting around here. So now that we're at 1 minute or less on the timer, there's going to be... Well, actually, no. So from 1:30 to 1 minute flat, there were some saucers spawning infinitely at the edge of the screen. Those ones don't actually help you that much for XP. It's once you get to 30 seconds, there's infinite saucers on both sides of the area here. And if you get a middle spawn, they're going to spawn their one eyes really quickly. So that's the RNG you want to see, which Jura gets first try right here. And if you don't get the middle spawn, usually what you want to do is you want to kill the saucer right away so that you get more chances at the correct spawn. Yeah, it looks like Jura's doing a bit of a different route compared to what I would normally do. So timer's up, time to death abuse. We're at about level 4.25. And here we're on mission 5. This is another chill mission since you just have to do the bolt cranks and not get hit while you're doing it. And luckily in this game, it's very convenient. You don't have to turn the stick as you're turning the bolt crank. So it's very chill for both runners and for viewers.
Oh,
as long as you don't get hit.
Got away with that one, at least. All right, and here I like to take out these guys just so they're not going to be a problem. They also give me a little bit of XP. So I like to take those guys out.
It's always
Then we
some
move
good
on.
due diligence to get rid of those guys before you do the third bolt crank. And coming up at the end of this mission, we're going to be doing a very, very fun glitch called Ghost Ratchet. If you were here for Ratchet 1, you saw it, you know how it works. It lets you go through walls. But if you weren't here for Ratchet 1, let me explain. So when you jump into the mud and then have something pull you out as you're dying, it'll put Ratchet into a glitched state for, I think it's 10,000 frames or about 2.5 minutes, a bit more than that. And during that time, you can go through walls if you jump through them or do any other animation. So we're just going to see Jura. You set it up very nice.
We're going to pray that we got it. Oh, we're going to pick up the refractor, even though we don't need it, because I was a little too far right.
Yep,
Yeah,
the refractor hitbox is pretty big. It's so big, in fact, that we have used it in NG Plus and pick it up from like 10,000 feet below.
All right, and we do have Ghost Ratchet, which is a huge relief to me because I am currently playing without game audio, so I don't have the audio cue of the ranger speaking to know when's the right time to jump, so...
Yeah, and Ghost Ratchet here is huge. It skips a revisit, if you could believe it.
Yeah.
Because the 2 bolts in LDF, in the laser defense facility here, both require you to have the gravity boots if you were doing it casually. But luckily, with Ghost Ratchet, you can just go through the door to get the first one, and then he's going to go into Lock Strafe to get a nice safe setup on the second one here. You can stop backflipping. I think you want to walk forward before you do the high jump there.
There we go.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, Lock Strafe can be a bit buggy because it likes to store whatever direction you were walking before you do a jump. So that's kind of weird. But that was the other bolt in the laser defense facility. Took some very clever out-of-bounds work to get up there, but we got it. And now we're going to head back to the Phoenix. We picked up VidComic 1 from Al. That is the mini-game in this game. VidComics where you play as Captain Quark in a 2D platformer section. We're just going to fly to the Phoenix. Oh, sorry about that. We're flying to the Phoenix and we're going to be using some movement tech in the 2D Quark sections. So the way it works is if you punch before you jump, you're going to get a little bit of speed. If you punch after your jump, you're going to get a little bit of height. And if you do both, you get both, and it's really fast.
All right, let's see if the practice paid off, because much like Ratchet 2 with the ship missions, the vid comics are my weakest point. I can still get through them, no problem, but I'm much more familiar with the Ratchet movement, being a Rack 1 runner. All right.
Yeah, and you'll also notice Jura's going to be picking up all of the Quark tokens in each level. This is because that's required for a titanium bolt.
Gonna let this guy throw his thing down here so we can avoid it.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies that get really annoying because they're on cycles, and there's also a little bit of RNG in that elevator depending on where the enemy throws his skulls. So it's always a little bit up in the air what kind of cycles you hit and just how the level goes. We see a little bit of low-key cheating from Jura here, not a big deal. This has absolutely no effect on the game at all. I'm sure Al would be giggling if he was watching us right now. Nice, the cycle lined up pretty well.
Missed the punch, but it's not a huge deal. All I gotta do is make it to the health token.
Yeah,
And we're
comics
fine.
generally aren't too bad. Your main goal is to just not die. And we're going to be going for a quick kill on this. You got the good RNG. If it comes through the top, that's the faster way to go. You'll hit it with a few... He hit it with a few shots with the blaster and then punched it to death. Very nicely done.
Alright.
So now that we've
Now we
done
get
Big
to-
Comic 1, we can head to Annihilation Nation, which is a recurring location in the run. We're going to be picking up a titanium bolt there, and we're hopefully going to be upgrading our shot cannon by the end of the arena section. I see you're not going for the swag death abuse. That's fine. Not a big deal. That's like
Oh,
a
another thing
2-second
I'm not.
difference.
Another thing I'm not familiar with. I'll have to have you show me that sometime. Again, I'm a little bit rusty on Ouya. It's been a while since I played, so I'm sure there's a lot of new stuff that I don't know about that I gotta get back on the horse.
Yeah, there's a really funny thing. There's a spot on the couch where you can ledge grab, sit there for 5 seconds, hit R1 to drop from the ledge, and you just die. Really funny. Which I think you can see that if you watch the any % world record, for anyone
Okay.
curious. But don't click away from this run. This run is just getting started. Because
Oh,
we are about
we
to
missed
get the
out on
V5 shock cannon, which is incredibly powerful. And then after that, we're going to be unlocking Planet Dax, which is where we get the charge boots. That's where you really want to be watching the run. So yeah, there's not much to these obstacle courses. Just go through the normal way. We're going to be picking up Vid Comic 2 here. And then it's going to take us to the arena section.
And this is where we get the rest of our XP, because these guys, thankfully, give us a pretty decent amount. Just got to get some good lineups.
Yeah, this first wave can be really annoying to take care of quickly. Especially because all of their death animations are really long. You can see with the robots, their death animations are instant, but when it's the gladiators, their death animation can take a while. And so one of the smaller optimizations you might get into at the top level is on rounds like this, where there's a mix of robots and gladiators. You'll want to target the gladiators first.
Oh, missed a little guy right there. He was being a little sneaky. I need to get a good lineup for these guys. There we are.
Alright, it looks like we're going to be getting round 7 or round 8 shock cannon upgrade here. Yeah, round 7, very nice. So now that we have V5, we can just charge it up, spin around, and wipe everything. Most of the time. Sometimes it just likes to miss for no reason. But for our purposes here, it's pretty good. And the blast isn't just really powerful because it can sweep large numbers of enemies. It also does an insane amount of damage. So when we go to Dax pretty soon here, we're going to be killing the warship boss with it very quickly. But for now, it's time to go to VR skip, because we're not supposed to be able to go to Dax right now. The next planet we're supposed to go to is Aquatos. So we're going to go back to the Phoenix, grab the coordinates for Aquatos, do another one of those silly 5-second waiting death abuses here. And we're going to be heading to VR training, but not in the way it's supposed to go.
Oh, hold on. There we are.
Oh yeah, if you're
He was wiggling
moving
around a little
sometimes
bit.
it doesn't work. So yeah, now it's time to go to VR training. But we don't have VR training, so we're just going to go to warm-up, which is the name of the first VR training mission here, which is supposed to unlock a titanium bolt. but we're going to use it to get a slightly different titanium bolt by sucking up this box, ending the challenge to respawn the box, then lining it up very precisely here. Ooh, looks like it triangle a little too early there. If Jura does it right, he's going to go flying out of bounds straight to the end of the Hypershot VR training course.
Don't worry, we're just building up the suspense. Because the boxy is worth it. There we go. And we just get launched.
Flying right through the wall there, lands right at the end, and grabs the titanium bolt. There we go. So now that that's done, we still have the round 1 of 5 at the bottom left, and this slightly different camera angle from the arena, but that's fine. We're just gonna head to Dax, and it's all gonna get sorted out on the way there. So coming up on Dax, we're going to do a very, very cool skip to skip all of the left path to get to the charge boots, because we now have the tier guys, which means we can infinite jump. It's a little bit harder than the infinite jumps in Rack 1, and by a little bit I mean like a lot. But Jura nails it here, and here we are at the charge boots. So yeah, one of the tricks Jura did there is called a tier flip. It is pretty unanimously considered the hardest movement tech in this game. So Jura's going to be using it pretty sparingly, I'd say. So now we have the charge boots. What Jura just did there is a whip jump. You may have seen those in Rack 2 with the wrench, but here we do it with the plasma whip, which is why Jura bought it in the Phoenix vendor earlier. Now we're going to do a hyper swing hover by taking the charge boot momentum into the hyper shot. It's just like some of the tech you saw in Rack 2. Basically, there's just infinite ways to carry your momentum from the charge boots into something else. And now we get to see shock cannon weaving. This is the tech that does insane damage that I alluded to earlier. So, very nicely done by Jura, taking out the warship in 4 weaves. That is the best you can do on that fight. Now we're heading to the left path of Dax, where we have a nice long jump across a huge gap, and hopefully, if Jura does it right, he's going to wrench swing to the left, or hyperspec to the left. Ooh.
Yeah, guy pushed me down. That happens sometimes.
Movement here is going to look really sick when you see it.
Yeah, that giant robot, he can push you down sometimes. But we're not going to let him get us down.
There we go, hyper strike left, long jump, just like that. This game is so fluid when you learn the movement perfectly. So now we can just long jump back to the main path, and Jura's going to go for a camera clip here, I believe.
I was going to, but the camera decided to turn right, so we're going to go for the backup real quick.
Interesting. Yeah, sometimes the camera likes to store its momentum. So Jura did a direction-changing charge to the right, and the camera just decided, oh, you went right last time, how about you go right again? So that's always fun. So yeah, now we're heading to Obani Gemini. This is going to be another one of the spherical worlds, just like Jamming Array in the previous game, but this time we have the charge boots. And the charge boots on spherical worlds are always locked to their minimum speed, unfortunately. But that's not a big deal. Most of the tricks we're doing here don't require extremely high speed. First, Jura's going to get into the tier guys and do a tier jump over the wall here. It's a nice little corner cut. Going to hit the dynamo trigger for the bolt. And then he knows exactly where he needs to go to get the bolt. So that's bolt number 1. And again, the plan is called Obani Gemini. So there's 2 moons here. So he's going to be going up here. And he's going to clip through this barrier, skipping the refractor. Again, he picked it up on Marcadia by accident. He absolutely does not need it. So now we take the teleporter, and here's the second moon. Here we're going to be doing a nice little tech here, where you cancel the jump pad with the tier guys. Lets you get down to this bolt just a little bit faster. Alright, now Jira's going to take the jump up here, and hopefully do a couple infinite jumps to skip the rest of the level. Fell a little bit too low there, so he's going to try and save it with tier flips, but he didn't quite get the height. Very unfortunate.
No
So now you
such
get
luck,
to
but
see
you
what the
always
rest of
gotta
this
try.
level looks like.
I gotta be careful not to get hit by these guys, because I can only take one more hit before death.
Yeah, at this point in the game already, you're a two-shot, so it's very scary.
There we go.
Cover me.
And a little bit of a time loss, but nonetheless, we got where we're going. And
So
we're
now
out.
that we're done with that, we're going to head to Aquatos, which is one of the coolest planets in the run. Without a doubt, it's one of the coolest planets in the run, and it's not only because it's a planet that you don't get to see in most other categories. The tricks in this planet are incredible.
Yeah, and this is the planet where I get to pray that I don't get the skid hacker, because again, I'm not playing with game audio, so I'm gonna attempt the trick, and if I get warped, I get warped. We'll see what happens though. You just gotta not kill too many enemies here.
Nice little insta-whip to cross the gap. Some runners will just do a standard neutral long jump. Some runners like the insta-whip better.
Yeah, I think I gotta kill this guy. He's messing with my camera clip.
Yeah.
There we go. And luckily that guy disappears. Yeah, I think he's too far out. I might just have to take the L and have Skid do the hacker.
Yeah, Skid might...
Yep,
yeah,
there we
Skid
go.
got you there. Unfortunate.
That's
That
all
camera
right.
clip just wasn't working out this time.
Yeah, my man just wanted to contribute a little bit to this planet before we completely abandon him. And this camera clip
this
is
time the
really
box.
fighting me today. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my. Anything else I gotta break, Aquatos? Being a little touchy today, huh? There we go.
Yeah, I think the camera's getting a slightly different angle because of how close you were going to the wheel on the wall, but that's just how this game goes. There's something new that messes you up every single time you play. And that's just part of how hard it is. Here is an animation cancel. And Jira's
You get
just
the
spinning
T-pose and
around in the
Tyrannoid?
T-pose.
That's one of my favorite parts of this run.
So now Jira, after spinning around, is a little dizzy and has to find the right wall.
Here we are.
This is another one of those 5-second death abuses, where there's just a random bit of collision where the game thinks you're soft locked.
Ooh, don't get hit, please.
Yeah, luckily,
There we are.
you know, I said earlier on Dax that you're a 2-hit, or on Gemini that you're a 2-hit, but Aquatos is an earlier planet actually, so he's a 3-hit now.
Yes. And normally it's not optimal to kill those two guys, but they can give you a lot of grief for this trick, so I like to clear them out.
Yeah, it's some good old marathon safety strats. This tier jump is very finicky though.
Yes, there we go. He finally got it.
Oh yeah, I never mentioned there are 5 titanium bolts on this planet, so it's very important that we go.
Other than the Phoenix, I believe this is the planet with the most. If
Yes.
I'm remembering correctly, yes.
And the Phoenix is only on a technicality because it counts all the vid comments as being there.
And I'm going to pick up a little extra ammo here.
And here's
Just
another
because I
camera
wanna-
clip.
Yep. And I want to be able to do a couple of weaves by the time I get to the sewers. And this little guy is just going to decide he's had enough, just going to disappear.
Make sure you're not having the
Yes.
hyper shot on the 3rd slot.
Yes.
Because
Thank you for
we still
reminding
need
me.
it for the end of Aquatos, and he's going to be
Yes.
buying the mega turrets here.
Yes, and I always like to put the quick select onto the hyper shot. That way I'm overriding the plasma whip, which is the one thing I don't need when I get back to Ratchet.
Yeah, so now we're heading into the first Clank section of the run. And this one is extremely linear. You're just going to be running through some lasers, hitting a button, going through a wall that doesn't disappear before you get to it. And then you're going to be telling Scrunch the monkey to do a few things for you. And by telling, I mean, you're just going to throw a banana over there and he's going to make his way over there. You're going to punch Scrunch to cancel his eating animation so that he goes for the next banana just a little bit sooner. Now we're heading into a Tier Guys section, which Jura is going to be doing normally. There is a camera clip that you can do to skip this, but it's really, really hard. And it only saves about 8 seconds, like it's not that big of a deal. Now there's a wall over here on the right that just kind of doesn't exist. But out here, the Aquados on alarm, the alarms on Aquados, they're very scary. And so we're just going to be making sure that we turn back into a Tyrannoid every now and then so that they don't zap us. And that's the end of the section. Now we're going to be jumping into the sewers. And this part ideally is going to be the last area where you need the hyper shot. So the way we did VR skip makes it so that you don't actually have the gadget permanently in your inventory. It's only in the quick switch of the 3 items here, which is why he wanted to avoid overriding it earlier. So he's going to be taking this teleporter twice, and then climbing up the side of the sewers. And then he's going to take the hyper shot to get a couple bolts. The first one's right there on the path. And then if he takes all of the swing shots over here, turns right, he's gonna go down this path. He doesn't have the gravity boots, which makes this really fast. If he had the gravity boots, oh, you need to hit the crystal there. If he had the gravity boots, this would be way slower. He'd have to walk the whole way.
And this one's going to be a little slow because I did run out of shot cannon ammo. Not a huge deal, though. The turret's taking
luckily
out
the turrets
quick.
do a pretty good job.
There we go.
And there is bolt number 5 for the planet. Now it's another death abuse. There's a couple ways you could death abuse here. This is the classic way. There's also another one where you can throw a couple turrets down and fall on those for a few seconds. Just like all the other 5-second death abuses. And now that we're done with Aquados, I believe our next planet's going to be Tyrannosis. So yeah, we're heading to the Phoenix, and we're going to be doing another one of those 5-second death abuses. Crazy.
There's going to be a lot of Phoenix revisits. That's the thing with this game is there is a lot of you have to go back to the hub world to get the coordinates to the next planet, and then you move on. So especially in the mid and late game, you're going to be seeing a good bit of that. And now we can just hop
and then
in
he's also going to have to
place.
come back to grab to play the rest of the vid comics later in the run.
Yes. I'm just going to go ahead and get my quick select sorted now.
Very nice. That is the bread and butter quick select that we like to have. It's shock cannon, then turrets, then whip. That's even a theme in NG+. And the advantage to it is that with the shock cannon and right before the turret, you get to do proxies pretty much anytime you want. And the turret can cancel the charge as well, normally. So you can use the turret into the whip to do insta-whips if you need to. But before we can get to any of that, we have to wait through this free fall section. This area is a pseudo ranger mission, I'd call it, where you're not actually going back into the ranger dropship every time and doing a new mission. You're just helping the Rangers out a little bit. And by helping them out, I mean just abandoning them completely and going out of bounds to the end of the level. So yeah, Jira's going to be jumping up to the left here, and hopefully nailing a proxy on this. Very nice. Oh,
Ooh,
missed the wrench
that's a
swing
new
there.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't get that
Alright,
SI
let's
earlier.
try that again. Nice.
There we are.
So now he's on top of the giant structure. Hopefully he can stay up there.
That would be nice. There we are.
Yeah, now that he's up, he can just charge across the top and fall down onto the trigger for the end of the level, which is just past the small barrier there. Now it's time to get the 2 titanium bolts on this planet. We're actually not going to be completing the missions on this planet because the reward is VR training, which is, something that we already did. So we don't actually have to kill the boss on this planet, which is very nice. We're just here for the titanium bolts.
And sadly, I did miss out on another Tyrannoid T pose, but there's time for more of those later.
Yep.
Oh, nice little bonk. Wouldn't be
Yeah,
Ouya
the
without
other
a few of
bolts
those.
very far away. We're going to be taking the car to skip the animation. Just like in Rack 2 on Planet Tabora when we took the Raritanium Miner. When you're in a vehicle, you don't get the bolt pickup animation. So you can just drive off, instant death on the mud, and now we're heading to Blackwater City, which is another Ranger mission level. And this level is one of the highest stakes levels in the run, because the strats we do rely on ammo boxes on the ground, which do not respawn when you die.
Another free fall. Good times.
Free fall number 3, I believe.
Yes. And I believe the last one, unless I'm remembering incorrectly. For this category, at least. Well, other than the final mission, that is.
Yeah, there's gonna be one more at the very end of the game. So yeah, here we're gonna be exhibiting, once again, the power of the shock cannon to clear huge numbers of enemies. And do lots of damage on the ships. So this is just a true test of your ability to shock cannon weave, as well as ammo manage, like I mentioned before. Now there's going to be some saucers and ankle biters spawning. You have to kill the ankle biters first, otherwise more saucers are going to spawn. That is the optimal way to do it. Jira has his own method here, which has served him well through his runs. So I'm not going to fight with him over that.
We just got to be careful not to pick up any ammo unless we deliberately want to. We're pretty good on ammo right now, but...
Ooh. Missing that one guy is not ideal. Now he's going to have to wait a little bit longer for the last guy to spawn.
I'm just going to let these guys go where they're going.
And I think you still have one more piece of ammo if you need it.
Yes.
But that's just a very nice, safe mission 1. And again, we have the death abuse. This time, the water kills you with fish instead of just jumping into the mud, like we did on Marcadia. Now this mission is a fairly similar story. You have to kill, I think, 6 or 7 of these saucers, and then dropships will spawn in the next phase.
Go. And typically it is optimal to use the nitro launcher here to take out these guys. However, I'm going to be pretty careful with my ammo management, and if I only use the shot cannon, I'll only get shot cannon ammo from the ammo crates, so it's one less thing I got to worry about.
Yeah.
Now we just got to let these guys come through, take them out. And for
Yep,
this
that's
one,
mission 2.
there we go. That one, I like to let the pop-up come up before I death abuse, just because I cannot hear the game and I don't want to jump too early.
Yeah, if you happen to leave any enemies alive still, it's going to be basically the end of the run. Because you have to redo the entire mission. But yeah, this is mission 3. This is going to be the last mission. There's a few less here than on Marcadia. He's going to try and kill at least 6 of these saucers. If he does that, then the dropships will spawn.
Ooh, very tight timing on that one. I'm probably not going to get this ship in optimal timing, so it just means I'm going to have to kill a couple extra dudes.
Oh, well, there's a
Yep,
laser
that's
guy
better.
over there still alive
Yeah.
anyway. Probably kill him with the turrets.
Yes. I thought I had a couple more ammo boxes, but we're just going to let the turrets do the work.
And that is Blackwater City done very safely. Very nice. Very good discipline, making sure not to be overly reliant on the ammo boxes. And now that we're done with Blackwater, it is time for the return of Annihilation Nation. So now we get to see what the planet looks like when you have the charge boots and all of the weapons you need to do some crazy movement tech.
Missed the jump there.
Yeah, that falling neutral, that can be a little annoying at times. A lot of runners will just do a whip jump instead. Now we're going to go for a turret proxy. Now that we're up here, we can head over to the other titanium bolt that we didn't get the first time. Now we'll do a whip jump to the wrong end of the level.
Oof.
Oh,
Uh-oh. Okay, we just got to go through the level one more time, and you're going to get to see the one and only instance of no QE movement.
you also got to see the one time where the soft lock prevention worked as intended. Instead of being used to intentionally death warp. So yeah, now that he has the bolt, he can just go over the top into the end of the level. Now we get to fight Scorpio. Here's the boss. The boss is dead. On to the next planet. So Scorpio also dropped VidComic 3. So that's something to keep track of. We're going to be heading to Hollow Star Studios for our second Clank section in the run. And I imagine you're just going to be going for the safe scrunch strats.
I will attempt Clank proxy. Last second executive decision. We're going for it.
Sick.
It's just
Clank
such a
proxy.
swag strat. You have to.
Yeah.
Even if it takes a couple tries, that's okay.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, this game is really hard. The frame windows for pretty much all the tech just feels tighter than it is in the other games. So, you know, you saw him nail the Clank proxy in Rack 2, but in this game it might be a different story. We'll see how it goes.
Got a little
Not high
overeager
enough
there.
It's called acting, Clank. Look it up.
There we are.
Nice. Now he has to glide over onto the pole here that Scrunch would normally use.
There we
He's
go.
gonna jump on top of it. And now he doesn't have the Gadgetbots, so what's he gonna do? He's gotta jump around. And
That
one
one was
little piece of
fighting
tech is Clank moves just a tiny bit faster when he's rubbing against a wall. And this goes for pretty much all of the original trilogy.
Okay, this is it, people.
So he abused that just a little bit to make it around an invisible wall there.
Don't screw this up, kid. Action.
Now we're on to the Terror of Talos. This fight can be deceivingly difficult
Gonna let him
because your goal is to
land.
have him stay on the ground for a little while, but he's clearly not wanting to cooperate. So what we're going to do is we're just going to try and trap him in the corner so that he can't fly away like that.
He may have gotten away,
Luckily,
but he's
it
not
is possible to
escaping.
catch back up to him by stunning him with missiles enough. So we'll see if Chura can do that. You're not supposed to be fighting the Terror of Talos right now. You're supposed to kill a bunch of ninjas. But Jura says, no, I want to fight the boss right now. I don't want to fight the henchman. One more jump would kill it. Or a few more missiles.
Good. Check the gate, put it in the can, and it's a wrap.
Right.
And now we're just waiting for him to land on the ground. There we
Bit of
go.
a goofy Talos fight. Oh, we made it through.
Now we can do an infinite Clank jump there. If you just mash X and nothing else, Giant Clank can jump infinitely, but it doesn't help kill the boss, so we don't really care. Now we have one of the few times in the game where we play as Ratchet without Clank.
Looks like we're going to lose the crates here. That's a bit unfortunate, but since we have the tier guys, we can work around it.
Yep. Gonna do another turret proxy, get up on top of the building, and then make his way to one of the bolts. There's 3 of them here. So he's gonna get this one, take a quick death, and then go back to get the other 2.
Since I'm going to have to do tier flips, I'm going to get this guy out of the equation so I don't have to worry about him.
I gotta do the proxy again, but this time going to the right.
It's not agreeing with me today.
Yeah, this is one of
There we
the
are.
more difficult proxies. But luckily this time he doesn't need as much height to get over that wall. So now we have the gravity boots. We got them from finishing Blackwater City earlier. So that's the second bolt on the planet. He's going to go for a tier flip here to skip having to climb back up the rest of the gravity boots here. Nice. And now we just got to go straight up this wall while dodging some small enemies that are skydiving for some reason. And there's bolt number 3 for the planet. And now we head to Obani Draco, which is one of the hardest planets in pretty much every run that it exists in. So Obani Draco is going to take advantage of a few different strategies. He's going to be jumping into the mud and getting hit by an enemy. This will give him Ghost Ratchet as well as put him underneath the mud so that he can go to the end of the level more efficiently. So there we go, he's jumped in. Gonna do a whip jump and infinite jump his way to that area down below, because there is some scaffolding at the top that he can charge on. So yeah, these are the infinite jumps. You can tell they're a lot more strenuous than Rack 1. Oh, the whip.
Okay.
Alright, we're just going to be going through this casually now.
Got a little overeager there. I was trying to pull out my weapons, but I forgot I had the whip out. That happens
Yeah, when
sometimes.
you have the whip out, if you press circle to pull it out, it's automatically gonna Viper Strike for you.
It doesn't just pull it out and then do the thing. It just says, yep, you're going down here.
Yeah, so if you're not paying attention enough, and you press circle instead of triangle, you gotta take the casual route.
Yes.
But now it's time for the Courtney Gears fight. This is gonna be a real test for the shock cannon weaving. He's going to be spinning around in circles to kill all of the backup dancers, and then he's going to be weaving back and forth to hit Courtney over and over again. And that one took 3 weaves. That is a lot of weaves for it to take. Nanotech Blast is going to help out kill a dancer or 2.
Ooh, wasted a lot of ammo there. We're going to see if we can work with this.
Oh, the camera didn't adjust. Oh, that is not good.
Unfortunate. All right, we just got to go back into it. Luckily, unlike Blackwater, you get crates every time, whereas if you screw up on Blackwater, that's it. The ammo is not going to respawn.
Yeah, and the camera on this boss fight can be a little annoying at times. It'll automatically move towards Courtney, but if you happen to be turning it when it tries to do that, it's just not going to do it.
Yep.
So yeah, again, it didn't center it on Courtney this time. Just one of the dangers.
Picked up
Okay,
a
yeah,
few
you had a
too
lot of
many
extra drops there.
Courtney's probably going to hit me here, but that's fine because we can take one extra hit.
And now he's going to go into the skins menu to skip Courtney's dialogue as she tries to fall to the ground.
Alright.
Yeah, there's two different ways to skip that dialogue menu. One is to enter the skins menu, and the other is to open the PDA, which we don't have. You get it on Quark's hideout in this game, which is much farther into the run. Now we're heading to Zeldrin's Starport. This place has two titanium bolts, which are both just in little cubbies in the wall in various places throughout the level. So the first one's right here. Nice little cubby there that you have to wait for it to open up. He's going to insta-whip. This insta-whip you can't do with the mini turrets. So he did a little weapon management there to make sure he could do it. And there's the other cubby for the other bolt. Now that we're done with that, we're going to take a Death Abuse, go back to the ship, and we're going to do a hammer clip. So one thing about this level is that there are two missions. One is to get the box breaker. That's the main path where the two titanium bolts were. The other one is you talk to Quark over on the left, and he takes you to the Leviathan ship. But the Leviathan ship happens to exist below the level, which means if you do a camera clip or any other clip, you can just fall into a cutscene trigger and respawn, having completed the Leviathan level.
And it looks like I'm going to miss out on the 50, which unfortunately means everyone in the Ratchet community is going to call me a fraud. That's just a little inside joke we have is if you can go through that section really fast, you try to finish with that timer at 50 seconds or above. You got to get that in under 10 seconds.
Yep. No 50 equals fraud. That's how it works.
For real, dude. I just got to reset now.
Yeah.
We got to run the trifecta back.
Well, we're
Alright.
running the trifecta here because we're going to be doing 3 vidcomics back to back to back. So here we go with vidcomic 2. Once again, he's going to be doing the punch jumps, the jump punches, and the combination of both, or combo jumps, as some call it.
It looks like I'm going to be stopped up by some of these amoeboids. They can be kind of annoying. But no problem.
Yep. And just a
And now that
fun
we've
fact.
got the... No, you go ahead, Scotto. Sorry about that.
Fun fact for all of you watching, there are individual level leaderboards for all of these vidcomics, as there's an in-game timer down to the 10th of the second if you look at the menu. And so there are a few vidcomic runners that tend to stay at the top in pretty much every single vidcomic. So shout out to Insomniac Nintendo and Yo Andy for being some of the best vidcomic runners out there. Insomniac Nintendo, I believe, has 9 out of the 10 vidcomic records right now, as there are 5 vidcomics, and there are records for both any percent and all tokens.
All right. And just to play it safe, since I'm down to 2 health, I'm going to go ahead and grab this health upgrade. It'll also be
these
helpful
health
when we get
upgrades,
to vidcomic
They
4.
look like tokens, but they don't count for the titanium bolt, so you don't need to get them. You only grab them if you're low on health and want to play safe. Fun fact, those tokens right below that moving platform there, if you miss them, you're never gonna get them again. You have to restart the whole thing, because there's a checkpoint right below there. So luckily, Jura plays it safe. Make sure to grab it on the platform. Now there's going to be 4 more tokens on this little section here with descending platforms. And he still gets the skill point. Skill points are very easy to get once you know what you're doing, so don't be surprised if Jura gets all 5 of them.
Number 4 is definitely the free one. VidComic 5, we'll see. We'll see. All right, on to VidComic 3. We got 2 more.
Yep, VidComic 3 is like a huge gauntlet full of enemies. Some of which you can kill, some of which you cannot, like these tires. You can't kill the tires themselves, you can only kill the dispenser that shoots them out.
Hello, Waldrum.
Yeah, there's a little 10 token up there. That one can be pretty easy to miss if you're just playing casually. Luckily, we're speedrunners, we know where they all are. And now this room is completely random. It's random where the enemies spawn, and you want to have the last one spawn on the very far right. So we'll see what RNG Jura gets here. Oh, the last 2 spawn on the left. That's unlucky. He also had the lower ones spawn pretty slowly, which is another unlucky thing. You can kind of try to make them spawn faster by moving around, but Jura was going for the swag there, putting on the 2-2 again. So yeah, we're nearing the end of the level, which might sound crazy because Jura only has 63 tokens right now. But there's a lot of 10s at the end of this level that are just literally right there. I mean, look at this. There's a 10. And then just 2 steps later, it's another 10, and all you have to do is jump to get it. Crazy. And there's a VidComic 3 skill point. We're 3 for 3 so far.
All right, and we got 1 more VidComic, and then we can move on to one of the cooler levels.
Yeah, the VidComics casually, you just sort of do them anytime you're back at the Phoenix. But when you're speedrunning, it's optimal to do them all at the same time so that you don't have to go back and forth between the lounge room every time.
Oop. Got a little overeager there.
Quick death, but that's fine.
Yep.
Cycles line up pretty well after you die.
Okay, I gotta wait for the second cycle. And for some reason missed that ledge grab. I'm gonna try that
I
one
like
more
to
time.
just do a punch jump there while I'm walking.
There we are.
There's a nice 10 hidden under the bus. Bus, taxi, whatever you want to call it. There's going to be a 10 token in the middle of this taxi ride. So, Jura's going to be keeping his eyes peeled for that. Make sure he doesn't miss it. There it is, right there behind the leaves. And there's no way to speed this up. All you want to do is just try not to take damage so that you can deal with the boss at the end. And now Cork gets a very interesting bomb gun. And what's interesting about it is, well, I guess not so much the gun itself, but the enemies. The enemies tend to chain kill. So if there's a lot of the same enemy right next to each other, they're all gonna die at the same time almost. Which makes for a really satisfying combat for this vid comic.
Gonna have to take a couple hits there. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end up having to grab the health token, but that's fine. It's just a little bit out of the way.
Oh, there was ammo right down there.
Yeah.
And then also ammo if you broke that, which, yeah. But it never hurts to be safe with your ammo on this level. Now, Jira's gonna be trying to make his way over to the health token on the left here, just because he's low on health. There's a way to kill Nefarious while only taking 2 hits, but it's inconsistent and pretty difficult. Nice little skip there to skip one of the ring enemies. You can skip both of them with a glitched wall jump, but that's a very precise trick that Jira's not going for today.
Ooh, and Nefarious is going to be taking a good bit of my health, so I got to be going quick here.
Yeah, just like the first vidcomic boss, Jira's just going to be using the gun when it's too far away and then punching the rest of the time.
There we go.
And that was Dr. Nefarious. We'll be seeing more from him later.
Oh, yes.
So now that we're done with the vidcomics, we're free to head over to Metropolis. Kerwan, another returning planet from Ratchet 1. And if I recall correctly, Kerwan had 3 gold bolts in the first game, and it's going to be having 3 titanium bolts in this game as well. So the first one, Jer is going to be making his way to the left here. There's a swing shot target to get to this bolt, but he doesn't have the swing shot, so he's just going to be doing a neutral long jump. Or he's going to be dying. Because if you don't neutral long jump, you're basically dead. Those guys one hit you now. Because again, we're speedrunning. We're not XP grinding here.
There we go. Again, failed to get the T-pose, unfortunately, but what can you do?
What can you do but try it again on another bolt?
Mm-hmm.
Now he's got to buy ammo, because there's going to be a boss fight, which doesn't refill your ammo at the start for some reason.
And here's where I take a little bit of a different route.
Yep, this is a much safer route. If you watch the world record, you'll see it do a crazy 2-row long jump, which is really difficult. So Jura here is going to be quickly taking a detour to the second titanium bolt on this planet. Going to be trying to tier flip back up onto the building here, but...
Ooh, I'm going to have the camera argue with me for a little bit. There we go.
Yeah.
No problem.
Very nice. And let's grab, let's jump up there. That doesn't always happen.
Ooh. Sometimes you can get that in one. I'll play it safe and go for 2 flips.
There we go. Charge across the roof of the building here. Then do a nice quick jump straight to the end of the level. Now he's down to 15 shot cannon ammo, so he's got to buy ammo again. And he's got the flux rifle now, which can be used on this fight to grab some ammo from a distance. I don't know what Stratger is going to be doing here. Oh, that's not good.
Yes.
So, Clank will fly in a different direction depending on how you move during the fight. And so there, unfortunately, since Jura stayed back, Clank also decided to stay back.
I just gotta wait for this other train car to come around. It's gonna have more ammo.
This train car comes with a nice refill on ammo. which Clunk unfortunately decided to start using a little early, but there's still enough to get through the fight.
There we go.
And now Jura once again playing it safe. There's a backtrack you can do, slightly faster than taking the taxi, but taxi is very convenient for taking him to his next destination, which is the Ranger missions. We're not going to be doing these Ranger missions, we're just going to be hopping in for a quick titanium pull. And the taxi puts you conveniently right here next to the Ranger ship. So all of these Ranger missions put you either in a hover ship or a turret, and luckily the first one is the hover ship, which lets you grab the bolt right away with no animation or anything. So now we're just going to leave the Rangers to fend for themselves here, because we do not need the Map-O-Matic. Now we're heading back to the Phoenix. It's time to get coordinates to Crash Site, which is one of the most visually pleasing levels in the run, I would say. And it also has one of the fastest bolts to get in the run as well. So yeah, we literally just land on the Phoenix. It gives us the coordinates. We go back to the ship, and bam,
Yep.
we're on to the next planet.
And I did forget, unfortunately, to change up my quick select again, so I'm just going to have to do that real quick once I land on Crash Site. Just got to get back to that
the first thing he's got to
classic.
do is a whip jump, and he did
Yes.
not have the whip on his first 3 weapons.
There we go.
Oh,
Ooh. Yeah, that's a goofy one that can happen sometimes if you're going just a little bit in the wrong direction.
that was very close. You saw him go into first person as he was swinging the whip. That was very noticeable. That loses a lot of height, but luckily he had just enough to make it. Now he's going to do another whip jump to head straight back, using the boxes to skip all of the intended extra path to do that would take you back on the giant wrench rail. So that's Crash Site. We have now unlocked Iridia. But first, we're going to head back to the Phoenix and do VidComic 5. This is the final VidComic in the run. It's my personal favorite. And it's just a nice VidComic where you just move through the level. All of the cycles are consistent. So if you're good at this, you're going to get good times almost every time.
Gonna get hit by that guy once just because I goofed the timing a little bit.
Not a big deal though. Look at how much health you have. You are
Oh
chilling.
yeah. I am vibing on VidComic 5.
Very nice awareness there. Some players will go for a wall bounce on the left, but the cycle was not lining up for him to do that, so he just went to the right side of the platform.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take that damage there. It's no big deal. Yeah, these guys can be a little annoying if your timing isn't good. There we go. Oh,
And if you saw
that's
the
unfortunate.
path branched a little bit, the left path only has the health upgrade, which is not necessary, so Jura just skips it. So now that we're almost done with VidComic 5, we're going to start explaining the next trick in the run. So Jira's going to be doing a very, very cool glitch that was found almost a year ago. But it still feels really new, because strats in this game don't move nearly as quickly as Rack 2.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been a year. That's weird.
So what he's going to do is he's going to set up earning a trophy on the PlayStation Network. And what that does is it prevents him from opening the XMB menu to load a save file. And so during that time, when he is unable to load the save file, he's going to exit the menu and start flying to the Phoenix. Or no, start flying to Iridia is what he's going to do. And then while he's flying to Iridia, the load menu is going to show up, and he's going to load his file that he just made on the Phoenix there. And what that's going to do is that's going to stack the levels, which is going to cause a lot of glitchy stuff to happen. So first things first, he's got to wait for the blimp to show up on Metropolis. And set up his menu so that he doesn't hit the save button by mistake. There's the blimp. Hit the load button. Fly to Iridia. So what's going to happen is that it's going to look like he's landing on Iridia. But all of the textures are messed up. And the ship is going to be in the location it would be if it were on the Phoenix. And there's also going to be some sounds mixed up.
Yeah, we're going to let you guys listen to the sounds because they're kind of goofy. Oh, missed the ship there. Just got to try that again. You got to be pretty precise jumping out of the void. Ooh.
So yeah, the sound of the thruster glide, as you can probably tell, it sounds like he's throwing his wrench or something. But trust me, that's not what he's doing.
Hold up. Giving me a little bit of attitude today, it seems.
Yeah, this jump onto the ship is not easy. You have to buffer a jump as you spawn because there's no floor under you. And then you have to blindly make your way onto the ship.
There we are.
Now you can hear the sound of the charge boots as well. It sounds like he's throwing his wrench or something. And then every time the charge ends, it sounds like Ratchet's gonna die. But trust me, Ratchet is not dying. So there's the titanium bolt, and believe it or not, this skip still saved a lot of time over the alternative. So one of the glitchy byproducts of level stacking is that the titanium bolt for the Nerves of Titanium Arena Challenge is just always loaded in. There's no check to see if you completed the level or not. It's just always loaded in, and luckily the terrain on Iridia, which we loaded in with level stacking as well, works perfectly to reach the bolt in record time. There we go, very important bolt grab there.
Any
Just barely
Mission
get it.
2 enjoyers out there?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to skip Mission 2, but they're both really hard to learn. So Jira's, again, going to be playing it safe here. So yeah, Mission 2 takes about a minute and a half of just killing enemies in the hover ship. We're just going to be chilling. Hovership is a pretty rarely seen vehicle to use in speedruns of this game. If you watch any percent or NG Plus, you're never going to be seeing anyone hop in a hover ship. But Jura here, he's used it twice and he's going to use it again.
Big fan, personally.
And I guess I lied there. In any percent, you do use the hover ship one time. But still, you rarely see it, and Jura's given it to us 3 times. Absolute legend. So that's the end of mission 2. We're now heading to mission 3, which optimally, which I think casually there are 5 missions in this level. And there's this huge barricade here, but pretend it doesn't exist. Now we can head to the back of the level and grab the second bolt on this planet, which is also the last one.
No T-pose today, but that's okay.
Most
We got
important
it.
one is Quark's hideout, I would say.
Ooh,
You
yeah,
can
that
hit the
one's
funny
tricky.
there.
That one's a bit risky for me. Hideout. There we go. Menuing.
Since we don't actually finish Iridia, the ship menu's just going to be locked to it for the rest of the run.
So we just gotta be aware of all the inputs going into the ship whenever you want to do planet transitions.
Yep. So now Quark's hideout, we have a neutral long jump. Truly the bread and butter of movement tech in this game, and it just gets you out of bounds right away. Now with the whip jump, we can head over to the slope we can charge off of. Just get up to Quark right away. And now we're not going to go back to the ship, we're going to go get the bolt on this planet.
We're gonna bonk on a couple of the steps. Here we go.
Whoa. That's a new one.
I was gonna say, have you seen that before?
That
I've
is
never
brand new.
I've never clipped through that before. Oop. And I goofed up a little bit here, so I'm just gonna take the death.
Yo, anyone in chat want
I'm glad-
to talk about how that has never happened before?
Yeah, I'm just gonna appreciate the fact that that was caught live so we can check that out, see what happened.
Yeah, that is a GDQ classic, and honestly, that could be useful if there's a way to charge out of it.
There we go. That's what was supposed to happen. We just fall right down.
Now Jura's going to do a precise long jump off the edge of this gravity boot ramp. And not quite on the animation cancel there.
Didn't get the cancel, but we got the bolt. We can move on.
So now we're heading back to the Phoenix, but it's going to look a little bit different this time around. Luckily, all we have to do is just flip around, go through the level, and it'll fix itself eventually. If you watch the absolute fastest Phoenix rescues, it's just going to be a straight line from beginning to
Yeah.
end. Unfortunately, Jura missed the long jump there.
Missed the timing, but we can still get there pretty decently fast. And now one of my
wow.
favorite segments. I love
Look
this
at
chain.
that, the Phoenix is fixed. All we had to do was not kill any of the enemies.
I always love the return chain.
Good old mega flips.
Oh yeah.
So now we're heading to Koros.
In which I need to fix my quick select once again for the final time, I believe.
Yeah, we gotta get ready for a proxy. We have the weapons in the slight wrong order for that.
There we go.
There we go.
Missed the input. No problem. Yeah,
There's
one
the
thing you don't
proxy.
want to happen is you don't want that car to get in your way because he will just eat all of your speed and you die. That hover car can be pretty rude.
Yep. There's gonna be 2 bolts on this planet.
Do a little
We are
moonwalk.
not. We're not doing the tier flip T pose here. We're just.
Nah, we gotta do the moonwalk at least once.
Now we're heading up to the second to last bolt, and this is going to also be our last chance to animation cancel.
Oh. Yeah, those missile dudes, they're out for blood today.
Yeah. So again, we're speed running. Our health is low, and we never bought armor, so we're a one shot now.
Gotta take the time with that proxy. I'm gonna reload just real quick.
Yep, and this is why I always say this is one of the hardest Ratchet and Clank games to run. All of the tech is just a little bit harder than it is in the other games. In Rack 2, to do a proxy, you would just press circle. But in this game, you gotta press circle, triangle, circle. And it's
one more
also pretty
T-pose.
tight timing. Alright, our final tier guys T-pose. So he's gonna jump up here. I jump onto the roof, do a neutral long jump, and then a whip jump to the end of the level. And now he's gonna pull out the flux rifle, and he's gonna start leveling it up, because there happens to be a jackpot crate right there. Which again, doubles the XP you get. Looks like he got
Play a
scammed
little
on that
risky
second
here.
enemy. Every now and then, if you pull out the wrench too quick when you kill something, you're gonna get scammed and not get your XP from an enemy.
There we go. See if I can nail this guy before the jackpot dies off, or I get hit by that. That's fine, I can finish up the leveling on Command Center.
Yeah, leveling up on Command Center isn't slow, it's what we used to do. The level up on Koros, something I looked into a couple years ago, and it happened to be just a tiny bit faster if you do it perfectly. So now we're up to
Alright.
Command Center, the last planet in the run. There's one more titanium bolt to get. We're at level 4 now. Gonna be taking a quick death abuse, respawn the enemies. Not quite V5, gotta kill this guy.
There we go. All right, and the
There's
final
the splitter
objective
rifle.
is to not get absolutely clapped by Command Center.
Gonna be doing a little jump using the gravity boots there.
Barely made that one. And there's
There's the last
120
bolt.
bolts.
You got the titanium bolt collector trophy. That's a very easy way to know if you've collected all of them. The
Sometimes
achievement
if you
popping
break-
up in the top right.
Yes, I find sometimes if you break this light, it mitigates the risk of wrench lock-on, so you can just pop right up.
Very nice. Sure, once again, heading up for the safe strats.
I was unaware there was another strat. Again, it's been a while since I played this. Man, I gotta catch up.
There's a lot of strats on Command Center, I'll tell you that much.
All right, cool. Ooh,
So yeah, he's just going on the top of the geometry there, and he's going to be infinite jumping his way to the final cutscene. He lost a lot of height on that whip jump, so let's see if he can recover it. I think you've got enough height now. You can see the ranger ship is partially loaded there, that's kind of weird. Jura's just trying to hit the cutscene though. There we
Okay.
go. We're heading to the final boss of the run now. So what Joe's going to be going for is he's going to go for a 1 cycle. Normally, on the Dr. Nefarious boss fight, after the free fall, there's going to be 2 phases to the boss. One in this arena that he's looking at falling down into right now. And then once he gets down below a certain amount of health, normally he will do a fake death cutscene and then run away to the rest of the level. But with just the right setup, he can use the V5 Flux rifle that he just got to 1 cycle the boss.
Ooh.
Oh, bonking on the turret. That is not
Yeah,
good.
okay. No. All right, we're just going to have
Let's
to
take
run that back a little
over
bit.
again.
And let's get rid of... Yeah, let's get rid of that whip. We don't need that anymore.
Alright, Kira's in position. So the Flux rifle, the way it works is it does more damage if you're a specific distance away. So Jura got just the right distance away, and he's hopefully going to land all of his... Nope, not quite. Didn't quite land all of the rapid fires there to 1 cycle it, but he did enough damage that it's safe to just go for the 2 cycle here. You gotta be close to Nefarious to make him drop down.
Sometimes he behaves... Oh, I'm going to get hit. Yep, unfortunate.
Oh. Alright, let's try the 1 cycle again.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game uses checkpoints sparingly. So you have to restart the entire fight. So again, he's doing rapid fire here, which is just circle, square, and then circle again. And if he does them all fast enough, he can 1 cycle here.
No
Not
1 cycle
quite.
this time, but it should only take a couple shots to take him out. Oh, got hit by the almost invisible. This fight can be pretty unforgiving.
Yeah. Like I've been saying, like the entire run, you don't have that much health, so there's a lot of things that'll one-hit you. Alright, this rapid fire is looking pretty good so far. Oh, just missed the last one.
It's another unfortunate truth is when you've been playing for 4 hours, your fingers just start getting tired. Sneak scopes are not having it.
Yep, that's another name for rapid firing with the Flux rifle here. Some people like to call it sneak scopes, after top runner Sneepy.
There we are. All right, and the final time for the run is going to be coming up in just a second. We just got to take out the Bio-Obliterator, and we are done.
Just gonna shoot the Bio-Obliterator with the hover ship. There's a couple spots that do a little bit more damage. There's a spot right in his belly button there. There's also a spot slightly closer to his arms, but we're gonna aim for the belly button today.
And it looks like we're not going to have to pick up ship number 2. And that is time.
Very nicely done.
All right.
GG.
120 bolts. And we get to watch Nefarious get a little doomer over here.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be a 133 something.
Okay.
Which, if your PB splits that you sent me are accurate, that's probably a PB.
I believe it is. And what is the final time for the trifecta? Let's find out. 350. That is a healthy world record right there. All right.
Well done, Jura.
All right. Oof, quite the marathon. Now we just get to let this play out, and then we get to go to my favorite cutscene.
Yeah, these 3 categories, all gold bolts, all platinum bolts, all titanium bolts, they're 3 of the coolest runs that you can watch in these games. And so huge props to Jura for doing such a good run of all 3.
All right. And yeah, thank you so much for commentating, Scotto. It was great having you here. You know this game a lot better than I do, and I'm sure everyone will also state it is a lot easier to play this game when you're not talking. You got to focus on a lot of the strats for this one in particular, so it was great having you here, dude.
It was great being here.
All right. And now we get to watch the monkey. Taking this man absolutely down.
Also, I think he's flying the same ship as the thug leader on Indaka.
Fun little Easter egg. Also, Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal to win. That's what I'm saying. For real.
True.
Do not even think about it.
All right.
What do you mean we can't?
One of my favorite cutscenes.
I'm afraid we're well out of range, sir. Perhaps if you had bothered to specify a destination.
When will we be in range?
Oh, I'm sure something will come along in, say, 5 or 10,000 years.
Ah! I don't believe this. Now what?
I don't suppose you can play drums.